7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Welcome to our healthcare-evolution.com 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett and his Spirits of St. Louis cap on the ones and twos. And Doug, look behind you at about 5 o'clock on your clock. That's Chairman Kurt. He's back after taking a ride on the Vomit Comet.
I saw him sitting over there. You feeling better?
Yeah, I told Tim I feel about 95%. I'm feeling skinny as the Dickens.
Look at you. Good job.
Well, you're not, so that must just be a feeling.
Oh,
jeez.
Bow! Bow!
Well, you're not a skinny fella.
I am not.
You're a catcher or a linebacker type.
Yeah, fullback, Mike Allstott.
Yeah.
But it's good to be back.
Well, that's good. It's good to have you
just
back.
Shaming people right out of the gate. You best not kink shame.
Well, I mean, some people are skinny and some people aren't. And Kurt's more along the husky, stocky, fire plug.
What do you think you lost? 5 pounds?
I took Jackson's advice and was trying to hydrate big time yesterday. So I think
Dr. Papers.
I think some of that might have been canceled out with some water intake. But yeah.
Okay, so you're back.
Wow, Doug doesn't sound like he's really all that interested. He wants to move on to this Blues game.
I can go if you'd like.
Yeah,
what a jerk.
No, I'd like you to stay, please, and answer the phones.
He's got some Polos Plus gear on. I like that gear you got on there, Chairman. That's a sharp look. If you're interested in being a designer, side project, I've had a number of emails from listeners or family members of listeners who are interested in it. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Because, Doug, I can't design a lick. Can you design something?
No, I have zero art talent. None whatsoever.
Who's got the best art talent in here? Does anybody? Chairman, you got something? You're the creative.
I have the creative element. I don't do it. I use tools. I wouldn't be able to do it on my own, but...
That justifies the means. That's a game.
However it gets done.
My boy Papers can draw the map of the United States.
That's right.
With
And he
his
did it in
hand.
a sales meeting one time.
Wow, you were locked in.
Yeah, he stood up.
Jackson, what do you got going on over there? Is Rhode Island next to Massachusetts?
Yeah,
Sorry,
we were
I'm
in the midst of breaking down some big quarterly numbers, and I said, everyone stop. I need to do something for about 2.5 minutes. And then after
Is that how fast you can do it?
This guy can move with it, Martin.
I kind of want to watch it.
I can be pretty. Give me a piece of loose leaf.
All right.
Don't say loose leaf.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Just say a piece of paper.
That's a term we used in the 1980s at St. Gabriel's.
Paper
That's
doesn't have to have holes in it, does it, for you to do it?
Yeah, you do it on a dry erase board in that sales meeting, as I recall.
Yep. Yeah, a piece of loose leaf. I'll get it done.
Stop saying loose leaf.
I refuse.
So Mr. Beast got all those views just by counting to what, like 1 billion or
I
something?
think 100,000 maybe.
So I'm just going to record you drawing the map, and I think we're going to go viral.
Yeah, this could be a huge moment for us with likes.
Yeah. U.S. geography really gets the people going.
It does. Jackson's going to draw a picture of the United States on a piece of loose leaf. That's
It
on
doesn't have to be loose leaf.
polosplus.com dossier. Also on the program, Jeremy Rutherford, presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. That's at 8:40. Then you got this Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That comes your way at 9:45. And we welcome you to participate in the program in a wide variety of ways. Calling in Callier and Thompson phone lines with Chairman Kurt back at his station. You can call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. You can text into our Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And then open up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, subscribe to the channel, and then talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with Sammy Davis Jr.'s Tap Shoes, Kevin at the Lake, the Devil's Crotch, Kitty Bates, and Scorsy. They're all in there, and you can join in the conversation as well. Doug, the Blues lose last night. The Cardinals come back and win last night, and the dogwoods and azaleas are in bloom as Rory McIlroy has a feast with the likes of the chairman, Fred Ridley, for the Champions Dinner.
Fred.
What are you going to go with as the lead?
Well, it's pretty clear that I'm kind of down in the mouth today. I've always got resting bitch face, but more down in the mouth than normal because of the Blues' defeat. I think this was kind of the end of it. This was the end of the dream. This is it. So, no, I'm not going to be much good to you today.
0.5% chance to make the Stanley Cup playoffs per our friends at Money Puck.
It was going to be a long shot anyway, but I think that was the final nail in the coffin. That'll do it. That'll wrap her up.
And Colorado came to town just to do a little boot stomping. Like, all right, that's what you had your little fun on Sunday. We'll put you back in your place. Colorado, Doug, the Avalanche are a good squad. They have 51 wins. That's 18 more than your St. Louis Blues.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big gap.
They were totally dominant in the first and through much of the second period also. I mean, just completely dominant.
The Blues sit at 78 points. The Predators sit at 84. And both, Predators have 4 games remaining. Blues have 5 games remaining. So, Doug, let's win those next 5 and get ourselves to 88 and then count on the Predators to only win a total of 2, and then they can tie them, and then they have the tiebreaker. So how's that sound?
Yeah. No, that sounds unlikely, highly unlikely. It was fun. It was nice that they've made a little run here in the last month of the regular season. It was fun. So.
And the Battlehawks lost.
Oh,
Talk
no.
about that.
That's from the master of the custodial arts.
Oh, I'd forgotten they played.
Oh, God. No. Oh, God, no.
I'd forgotten.
And all of a sudden, a traffic jam on 55 northbound.
How bad was it?
31-15, Doug, if you need to know.
No.
And I know that because I just looked it up. 31-15 against
forgot
the
to?
Dallas Renegades. It's no fair, though. They were on their home turf in Frisco, Texas. Doug.
What'd they have in attendance?
It seems to be a fair question. This is a very lengthy release
sorry,
on the
I,
game. No, I'm scanning the press release, and I don't see a number. We could probably watch the tape and count. Let's see.
Guys, if it's a binder, is it still loose leaf? That's from ThrillFan22 regarding Jackson's art project. Hello, my name is Simon, and I love to do drawings. Do you remember that from Saturday Night Live? Chairman
don't.
Kurt does.
No.
That was Mike Myers.
But what was the bit? That's all he did was
He
drawings.
did drawings in the bathtub.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah. Well, maybe Jackson will pull up
Okay.
the audio. It'll be a wonderful return music.
All right.
Mike
Well,
Myers
hello, my name
kind of
is Simon.
disappeared, right? The Austin, like he made all that money, Austin Powers, and then just kind of shut her down for a little while.
Yeah, I think it was the Kanye West speech that made him go, I don't want to do any more ad-lib live. Your favorite Kanye West speech is 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines, text in air comfort service, text inbox, and, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jeremy Rutherford taking 2-part questions at 8:40. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day at 9:45. Doug has decided the lead is the Blues. Didn't even address the Battlehawks. But here is Jim Montgomery following the loss last night where he pulled Joe Hof with about, Doug, I would say about 4.5 minutes left.
4.5.
And they weren't able to convert.
You know, we expected to see a better version of the Avs, and we did. They came out, and the first period, you know, they won all those battles. It was almost over 60%. And they were really committed to checking. You know, everybody thinks of the Avs and they think about their speed and their offense, but what's really impressive about their team is how committed they are to checking. They're number 1 in goals against by a lot, you know, and goals for they lead, but it's not by a lot. And tonight they came out and they were going to make sure they gave us nothing. And then we had to defend a lot. And they threw a lot of pucks at the net early. And then as the period wore on in the first, they started to find slot lines on us, which has been a real strength of ours. But they exposed it because we had to defend so much. And then second period was the same thing.
I was going to talk about the slot lines, but I decided to leave it to Coach.
Yeah, when we'd go to
discuss
Las
that.
Vegas, my buddy would always get bottle service at these clubs, and he'd look for the slot lines, if you know what I mean, huh?
I'm like, oh, gosh.
Yeah, the bachelorette parties were the slot lines.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. That was the move, by the way, for you young tykes going out there. Jackson, if you're going out there and you're not going to go to a cabin with your 12 buddies in the Smoky Mountains, bachelorette parties, Las Vegas, how do you do?
And where are they? They're in the bars or at the pools or just
Lines
everywhere?
in the club.
Lines in the club.
Lines in the club.
Huh.
Yep.
What's it cost to get in a club out there?
I could
$100 or so?
I could never. I don't even know. I wouldn't know. I'm a meat and potatoes guy.
Yeah, Vegas is way back in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
You'd rather hang out in the cornfields of Iowa now.
That's right.
Did you go to Vegas for the Masters last year? Is that right? Yeah, I thought you were in Vegas watching. What was the
Ryder
golf
Cup.
Ryder Cup. Okay.
my
I remembered you
birthday.
being in Vegas,
Yes.
and yet you were in a hotel room watching golf.
Oh, it was the greatest. no one around. Oh, Doug. You go to Las Vegas to be by yourself. Isn't that what Nicolas Cage did in Leaving Las Vegas? And Elizabeth Shue was a Ewa, right? Am I right?
You could have gone to the Drury and Festus. Why are you in Vegas sitting in a hotel room watching TV?
Hey, Grizzly Adams, are we still doing drops or question mark? So there's no word after or. There's just a question mark. You like that, Doug?
No.
Grizzly Adams, though. Papers, the beard's coming in.
Thanks, man. Yeah, still working on it. Still just
Are
letting
you
it
going to
roll.
go like full beard?
I'm going to try my best.
Look at you.
Just going to keep it rolling, you know?
But there's like an isthmus between your sideburns and where your beard starts. Have you noticed that, Doug?
Isthmus?
Yeah, like the Isthmus of Panama.
Yeah, where you can sail a little craft through there.
I have a real...
That'd be a canal. Like a brown canal.
Oh.
You guys going to let that slide? I have a real issue with my sideburns getting too long. Yeah.
How about some mutton chops?
No, I think that's such a bad
That was the
look.
honky tonk man. He won the Intercontinental Championship, but lost like in 9 seconds. The Ultimate Warrior.
I don't know.
That just showed Ultimate Warrior's dominance.
I think long sideburns is a bad look, especially for me. So,
There was a lot of them there in the early 70s. You could see a gentleman or two sporting mutton chops.
So do you shave that, or is it just coincidentally
no, I
bald
shave it.
there?
No, I shave
Really?
it. I
Okay.
shave that. Yeah. That's strategic on my part.
But how much of that is facial hair and how much of that is sideburn hair?
They can join and become...
So let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow.
No, I can't. The sideburn thing is a bad look for me. So I can't do that. So I shaved that part, yeah.
Creating an isthmus effect.
Yeah, peninsula, maybe. Fjord.
Bachelorette parties in Vegas wouldn't even say hi to Jackson and his boyfriends because they'd all be wearing WNBA jerseys and Sleepless in Seattle Goodwill T-shirts.
Oh.
Doug, that's Eric in the Central West
I could
End.
tell. Yeah.
Tim, you wanted
That didn't hurt.
attendance on the Dallas. The Dallas Renegades were hosting your Battlehawks. Attendance was $57.99.
5,799 or 57,000?
No, 5,799. 5,799 official attendance at last night's ball game.
Okay.
And the Battlehawks are still getting around 30,000?
Their opening game, you got 31. Quite the disparity.
Yeah.
Cardinals and Red Sox on Sunday afternoon, and why the Battlehawks will be enjoying festivities on Sunday afternoon here in St. Louis, Missouri. Hello again, everybody.
And Monday, Tuesday, you're going to have Cardinals and Blues both nights, 2 games. Doug, you like to plan ahead?
Yeah.
Like logistics.
There's almost too much activity downtown to even get around anymore.
Really?
No.
Okay.
Kidding. But it's nice when there is some.
Cleveland Guardians in town. How about that?
Doug, our friends from Tampa Bay, Boston, and Cleveland will be 3 of the first 4 home series here to start your 2026 campaign.
Yeah. Traditional rivals, all 3 of them.
So the Blues losing last night, 0.5% chance to make the Stanley Cup playoffs. While I still think they will make it, because I hold rights, Jeremy Rutherford may speak more to this upcoming offseason in 2026, 2027 when he joins us coming up at 8:40. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Design air heating and cooling. Email the day at 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier. And I got this email this morning here from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. And I thought it was going to be QFTA material. And I opened up and it said, "Hey, Tim, I wanted to send a quick testimonial on why James Carlton continues to live up to the hype. I've had James as my insurance guy for a few years now. I remember him mentioning on the show that rates were coming down even for existing customers, but I didn't think much of it at the time. A few days ago, I was reviewing my expenses and noticed a different charge amount from State Farm that I didn't recognize. After digging into it, I realized it was my updated car insurance premium. My payment had dropped 23.66%. I was honestly stunned. James really does walk the walk and talk the talk. It's one thing to say you're looking out for clients and another to actually deliver results like that. He's been great to work with, and I really hope more listeners take the time to reach out to him." That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. How about that? 23.66%? Think
Wow,
about that.
That's fabulous.
If you would like to experience those kinds of drops, and you don't even have to call for them, 314-961-4800. They just do it. That's what they do with James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. Well, the Blues lose, but the Cardinals, despite wearing red hats, have another comeback win. We will have details on that, including the Jordan Walker heater, and there's another club that Cardinal fans just might be interested in off to a wonderful start themselves. We'll have that for you as well. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. We are in our healthcare-evolution.com 7 o'clock hour.
Well, you know my name is Simon, and I like to do drawings. I like to draw all day long, so come and do drawings with me. Come and do drawings with me. Hello, my name is Simon. I like to do drawings. I'm having my bath now. But don't look at my bum. Don't look at my bum, that's it. Bum looker, cheeky monkey. All right, today we're going to look at what I did during my summer holidays through drawings. Now, normally, I go somewhere lovely with my mummy, but last year my mummy decided to go away and live with the angels. So this year, my daddy made plans to go to Greece, but not with me. Instead, he went with my new auntie who sleeps over. Her name is Candy. She's ever so young and pert. So, he went to Greece, and I got sent to summer camp in Aberfan, Wales, the scene of that famous mining disaster in which all of the children in the town were killed in a freak slag heap accident. Still, camp was ever so nice. Do you want to see a drawing of it? Do you? Do you want to see a drawing? Yeah. Only if you promise not to look at my bum. Cheeky monkey. All right, then.
You get the idea.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were. I didn't know where you were going.
So bizarre.
Drawings.
I would like to hear
Doug, in 2026,
pitch.
could we have a skit where a gentleman would be playing the role of a boy with somebody looking at his bum?
I don't think so. No.
So those are the glory days.
Yeah. It did seem like it was funnier back then. I don't know if we just seen so much of it now.
The song was
doesn't
great.
seem as funny.
He's just so weird. I want to hear the pitch to the writing team. All right, I'm a little boy, and I'm in a tub, and I like drawings. And they go, okay, what else? I just talk about my drawings.
And ask if older people are looking at his
Your
bum.
I do like cheeky monkey. Is that taken, Jackson, in the inbox?
Yeah, you got 3.5 hours to get your text inbox name. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait till May Day. And, Doug, the maypole.
You'll be dancing around it this year.
That's right.
For sure.
And if you want to text inbox name, 314-399-9646. Hey, Jackson, say, I enjoy listening to this program. Could I have a text inbox name? Here's what my suggestion is and why within seconds you'll have one.
Well,
But at 11:01,
in minutes.
it's over. Within minutes?
Several. Sometimes maybe more.
Well, somebody could be the cheeky monkey.
Someone
Somebody could be the
can,
bum looker.
Yeah, bum looker.
Steve
Simon?
P. from Pattonville wants to be the cheeky monkey, but you don't change names.
No, that's quarterly.
Case by case?
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
Depends on my mood.
Tim, there's a guy named Fat Bob, but it's P-H-A-T, Fat Bob. And it's 7:08. He said Shrek Martin, like Shrek, the movie, Shrek Martin, and then just says dummy ass. So I don't know what was discussed. I'm going to go back. If I I'm going to timestamp 7:08 because I got sniped. Shrek Martin, dummy ass. And I don't know what was discussed. Right? Papers, do you remember what we said at 7:08?
7:08?
Yeah.
I don't have
About
it.
7:09.
Thank you, Fat Bob, for sending in your text. You can join Fat Bob by texting in, calling in Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And, of course, opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMASTL, and joining. There's 200 friends in there, like the Nipper School Monitor, the old hipster, and classy Ralph Klassen, who says snore.
Well, what are these people saying to us
Listen,
today?
the Simon drawing thing might not have hit for everybody, but if it, if it connected with a couple people, I feel like it's a W.
Doesn't seem like it did for classy Ralph Klassen.
I
Blues player.
can't win them all.
Doug, the Cardinals are going to win them all, aren't they? They are now 6-5 on the season. And it was Nathan Church last night. Out of nowhere, take a listen to this. Down 2 in the 8th inning, and why here comes the Cardinal outfielder, not necessarily known for his power.
8th and 0 for 8 on the road trip. Swing and a high fly to right. Weimer retreats, still going back. Look at that ball carry to the wall. It is gone. Look at Church celebrate a game-tying homer. That's how you break an over. The Cardinals have come back.
Nice comeback win. He looks like a player to me. I mean, he hadn't hit much since he's been up, but he runs around the outfield like he knows what he's doing. He's got a good arm. He's very fast. He shows he's got some power. I've got hope that he might develop into a useful, productive outfielder.
Snapped an 0 for 22. Cardinals now 3-0 in extra innings. How about that?
That's
Fun
a nice
game.
fun fact.
Fun game last night.
It was.
It was a fun game, even though there was nobody there and they were wearing red hats.
Yeah, and cold as the dickens.
Yeah.
I picked up a clue that maybe baseball's audience is getting older when one of the big advertisers on the field was AARP, AARP. Did you catch that?
I did not.
Yeah, I haven't seen a stadium with the AARP signs up yet. And Jordan Walker hitting the ball on the nose, had a home run, another ball caught on the track.
I mean, yeah, boy, the ball hit on the track was a laser.
Hell of a play by Young
God
there.
almighty, yeah. I mean, that thing was a rocket. I don't know what to make of this. I every morning, here as of late, I go, I just don't know what the hell happened, because there was no indication of it in spring training. But we were told by Chaim Bloom, as I revisited yesterday, don't overvalue offensive statistics in spring. But I just would have thought you would have seen some indication of it in spring, and he continues to do it. And this, Chip Carey and Brad Thompson were saying this on the broadcast last night. It is a significant development, again, all within the realm of what are reasonable expectations for this team. So it's not like all of a sudden now you got a world championship contender here. For the 2026 Cardinals to go from 5 days ago, trotting out a lineup with Ramon Urias at cleanup hitter to Jordan Walker being a legitimate threat in the cleanup role. So even Jackson, as you made reference to, or Martin, you made reference to the out in right center, that thing was rocked in addition to the home run. And he now sits with 4 home runs on the year. He had a total of 6 all of last year. And as noted on the telecast last night, he didn't get to 3 home runs until the first week of August in 2025.
Yeah.
On pace, Tim, for 59 home runs.
Wow.
On pace for 162 ribbies.
At this pace.
We'd take that. You'd have to take that. If he hits 59 homers with
You take
160.
that right now, Doug?
I guess you would. Yeah.
You don't want to just let it ride and see what happens if
No.
you can top that?
There's 6 and 5 right now, and if not for a couple of disastrous bullpen blow-ups, they'd be 8 and 3, and we'd be saying, wait a minute, what have they got going here? It's really been a far better start than what I thought they would
They're
have.
desperate for a cleanup hitter. We saw that. They were messing around with Mason Wynn hitting cleanup and Urias on Friday. And if Walker, you don't want to throw him out there probably, I get right away, putting all that pressure on him with everything that he's been through. But you needed a cleanup hitter, and if he can produce, man, there's your answer.
The lineup I kind of liked last night. They went left-right with Weatherholt, Herrera, Burleson, Walker,
And that's a
Gorman,
rule, Doug.
Wynn.
That's a major league
Have to
rule.
do it.
You have
Yeah.
to do it. Okay.
Yeah. But the lineup made more sense to me than some of the others they've trotted out there.
Yeah, I'll take this one. But again, it's the domino and the whole thing is the fact that you actually have somebody who might be, and as of so far in the season, 11 games in, is, at this point, small sample size, a force at the cleanup spot. And the right-handed power bat that we were talking about, but it's like he's out in right field, but we're not even thinking about him. He's just out there, and he's kind of on this one last year chance. But Weatherholt, Herrera, Burleson, Walker go back to left with Gorman, Win at short. That's, I think, a better spot for him, at least not in cleanup. Sajasi was in left. He had a couple of hits. You got a situation with Pajes. I mean, you got
the catching hadn't been great either.
You got a situation there. He's got a real ABS situation going on too, and then Youngry at 9. And by the way, I deep teased this before the break on polosplus.com dossier. What's going on down at Memphis is of note for a potpourri of reasons. Don't you like the term potpourri?
Well, I'll let it go in this case.
Memphis is on an absolute heater to start the season. And I realize that really does nothing for you. But the Memphis Redbirds are, 9-1. And then you take a look at their offensive statistics. Last night it was Hunter Dobbins who had a great performance. Jimmy Crooks is just raking, who is, of course, another catcher. And Crooks last night hit his 4th home run on the early season for Memphis. And Crooks is hitting .375 with a 1,433 OPS. Blaze Jordan with another couple hits. He's at .467 with 1,382 OPS. And Nelson Velasquez, who had been off to a really slow start, and he's been moved down to 8th in the lineup there. He got a home run last night, Doug. He's now up to 83 on the year with his batting average of .449 OPS. But Hunter Dobbins threw 5 1/3 and allowed 1 earned run as he improves to 2-0 on the season. And Memphis has just 1 loss.
Sounds like it's time to bring up Crooks, though. Pages isn't hitting. He doesn't throw out many base runners either.
Martin, do you think that that's live?
They seem to be really committed to Pages.
That's what I
every
sense,
once
too.
in a
I
while,
don't
teams have a guy that they're kind of in love with, and on the outside you don't get it. And they always talk about how he handles the staff. And remember the first 2 times through Herrera when he caught, the numbers were really good for the pitcher. And Pages, they talk about his defense, but that's been a liability. And this ABS thing doesn't seem to be his forte.
No, there was a pitch last night that was about 3 or 4 inches outside, and he framed it, brought his glove back in the middle, and then he contested it. He said, take a look at that. Well, just because you pulled your glove in doesn't mean it's going to show up as a strike on the ABS system.
That was a rough home plate umpire last night for both clubs. He's struggling with the ABS.
I think they'll ride Pages for a while.
I'd be really surprised if they pulled Crooks up this early, especially considering there's 3 catchers on the major league roster. And Jackson says more.
Yeah, bring more. Maybe one that can catch a little. No offense.
So you'd like a catcher who can actually catch.
Herrera wasn't bad. He still probably can't throw many people out at second, but he seemed to have a better grasp of ABS.
But if Pages is not going to contribute defensively, then there's no reason to play him.
Right.
Doug, you got hit by Lady Sonia's teacup.
No.
She sent this in 4 times here within the last 2 minutes. I don't know if you have a problem with the repetitive text. Oh, shut up, old man rights holder. Look at their run differential. They're lucky to be 6-5. This is not a good team. 5 through 9 in the lineup was 0 for 42 last night, or before last night.
Well,
That's old man rights holder.
My takes are based on 20th century viewing.
You're getting owned right now.
Charlie Marlowe AI.
When Chuck said that, was he pointing it at Doug? I feel it often gets used.
Probably so.
Okay.
Suck it, Doug.
Oh, now there's
That was directed at me as well.
Sit down, Jim.
So now Jim, so that's
probably the cat.
Holiday going
Holiday.
after not Edmonds, but it sounded like, but he's going after the cat.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, the Cardinals not being terrible early, to me, is the biggest story in town. I mean, I think as bad as people expect.
There aren't a lot of choices.
Boy, print that headline.
But I think that is, of the last 2 weeks, that's the biggest story, is that they haven't been terrible. And maybe they'll just be a plucky little bunch.
Or at least interesting to watch.
Element. I think it's the comeback element.
Yeah, that too.
I had honestly written off last night. I was watching it, and then Church, of all things, I don't know what the Hawk situation was last night.
Looks like it was carrying a little out there.
To right, it had to have. Chip Carey was stunned by that. I think the right fielder for Washington, I'll be honest, I don't know who these people are on the Nationals. I don't know if C.J. Abrams knows who his teammates are either. He started about 20 feet from the wall and then kept going back. And I'm like, is this thing going to carry?
Yeah.
And I loved Church's celebration. I mean, that was greater than David Freese's rounding the bases for the 11th game in front of, however many people were enjoying the festivities in Washington last night. But yeah, 4 comeback wins of the 6.
Yep.
Like seeing that.
Michaelis today. Opportunity to take a series.
This falls into the category. Even the skipper would do this. Martin, you enjoyed telling the story of Scott Rowland walking in and seeing Gary Bennett hitting 6th.
Wow. Gary B's, Benny. Wow, he's hitting 6? And the best was Bennett walking by and Scott's like, just talking about you, Gary.
I really would like to see them. You got a day off tomorrow. Let's get this thing here today.
Yeah.
Whatever was trotted out there in last Friday was, against Detroit. Wow, I don't need to see that again. You got Michaelis out there. I don't know what the motivation factor is, but if he has one, it would be for his former team. I can't imagine he thinks he was wronged by not being picked up.
Not based on the first 2 starts of his career in the DC.
Well, wait a minute. He's only given up 17 runs in 9 innings so far.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cardinals really could put him. At the same time, I don't know what the Nationals' choices are for people in their rotation.
The only Cardinal that's ever faced Michaelis is Urias. He's 1 for 2. Probably got to put him in the cleanup spot. 1 for 2.
This is the thing. Get this one today. I get it if you got a 4-game series starting tomorrow. Get this one today. Capitalize on this. McGreevy, Michaelis. Let's make sure that you get this one. I will be intrigued to see what the lineup is because this is an opportunity. Another thing to keep an eye on also is McGreevy, who is very open with his velocity issues following the loss in Detroit. He is able to pitch, and by that I mean he doesn't rely on his fastball. He's never been somebody that is solely reliant on that velocity, but it has decreased. It decreased in spring, and it's decreased even more. I was watching when he was no-hit in the Rays in St. Louis, and it was like topping out at 91.5, 92, and then it decreased even more against the Tigers. So that's another thing to keep an eye on for today's 3:05 start. Odd start time in Washington. 3:05 start time.
Well, I hope they can at least hang around the 500 mark and be somewhat in the race for most of the season. It would really help with attendance, and it helps downtown a lot. And I just don't want to see them get buried real early and have what fan base they've got left leave them.
Jugs in D.C., wasn't he going last night?
What happened? Did he say something?
No, he was going. I thought he went to the game or was going to the game, and I wanted a first-hand account of just how bad the weather and how bad the attendance is for the Nats team.
Jugs in D.C., call in. Got some breaking news in the National League Central. Connor Griffin, who has played about 5 games in the major leagues, Doug, has signed a 9-year contract extension with the Pittsburgh Pirates. The deal is worth 9 years, $140 million, with escalators going up to $150 million. So he had a nice night last night, and the Pirates rewarded him.
Where'd the Pirates get money all of a sudden?
The Dodgers rev share.
Yeah.
All right, we'll finally spend the money the league's been giving us.
Yeah. They spent money on Marcell Ozuna, and he's done absolutely nothing for him.
Pirates are on a heater.
Yeah.
Beware the Pirates. Spread zone special.
Skeens had a no going through, 6 1/3 last night?
Yeah, that's a dealing factory there. The Pirates are 7-4 on the season. Cincinnati Reds, your leaders. Cardinals 2 back. And the last place, Chicago Cubs, the heavy favorite.
It'd be nice to play one of these teams here.
Yeah, but you're going to get to see the Guardians.
Right.
No, they'll get around to it.
You wanted to open against the Rays to tie it in with Chaim Bloom's early start at the MLB level. So we got the Tampa. The storyline was just so rich.
Did you see what happened in the Tampa Bay Rays game last night? Fan went for a ball that was going on the right field side, and he fell over. And while he fell over, his pants hit the ground. And this was not a thin gentleman, so you saw. I'll just say it, a whole lot of ass.
Oh!
I'll have to explain that to my kids now.
His pants fell off.
Luke Shambi was on the call and said, "Everyone okay down there?"
Is that text inbox taken?
Yeah, check out Twitter. It's all over the place.
I did.
9 years, $140 million's a bargain, Doug. That's some Steven time.
Well, it's good for both sides. The player is guaranteed a lifetime of financial security before he's ever played a full season in the majors.
And so are his great-grandchildren.
Yeah, and the club locks up a guy long-term that they want to build around. Makes sense for both sides.
There was a John Heyman report last week, but it was protected, Tim, so I read the headline and got all excited. Then clicked, and it's like, if you have to subscribe to the New York Post, I didn't read it, but alluding to the fact that they were going to talk to Weatherholt about an extension, one of these types of deals where you lock him up. Based on his persona and his kind of approach to the game, I think that's somebody who's a reasonable bet that things will turn out.
I have a quiz now.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Griffin started last night. First teenage position player to debut since 2018. Who was that other
I like
teenage
this. I like
position
this. No
player?
Google. 2018.
Yeah.
Can you give us a division? Is that fair?
Well, National Leaguer.
Okay. I got a league. It was a good negotiation.
Yeah.
I got something. You didn't give in. I respect it.
Position player.
He's a star.
2018. Is it Juan Soto?
Yes, Juan Soto.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yes. I like quiz time sometimes, especially when I'm the one who knows the answer. And I feel a little
Jackson
smarter
brought
than
in
everybody else.
Stedman's time kill music, too.
The best are when you ask the question and you don't know the answer. And
We call that crowdsourcing.
And then the debate, the
Textbook
dais just
crowdsourcing.
debates it for a while, and then we go, all right, well, we give up. Okay, we give up. What is it? Oh, I don't know.
Doug, that financial securities in Pittsburgh. That's from Jesse Spano's dealer.
What now? That financial security is in Pittsburgh. Or wherever else he wants to live for 6 months a year.
I'd be pretty cool with that.
You don't
You
think he
wouldn't
can
take
get a
that?
place in South Florida or Southern California with it?
You wouldn't take that at age 19? Here's $140 million. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll just wait it out 6 years and hit the free agent market.
That's like such like a internet thing to be like, yeah, he's making all that money, but it's in Pittsburgh. It's like, oh my God, dude. It's like when a beautiful woman gets posted and they're like, I don't know, her eyes are a little too close together. It's like, all right, bro.
And if you've never been to Pittsburgh, it's a nice town.
Sure.
It's a nice town.
Are you kidding me? If I take that money anywhere.
What about the Lake of the Ozarks?
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
For $190 million?
Well, you've
Yeah.
just been so outspoken on how you view that as a...
I love the Lake of the Ozarks. I don't like the lake itself.
Doug, did you hear that? I love the Lake of the Ozarks. I don't like the lake.
Well, like, okay, so I like Osage Beach.
You like go-kart tracks? And
I do like
putt-putt.
go-kart tracks
Yeah.
and putt-putt. I like the area surrounding the lake. I just prefer not to submerge myself in the water.
How about if you're in a boat in the water? Is that okay?
That's all right.
All right. Well, that's fair.
All right.
Tim, you don't seem as high on this club as you did last week. What happened?
Another internet thing.
Oh, is this a TMA Reddit thing? I never know where. You know when one breaks off from the cell.
No, show
it's
your
from
work.
the Mississippi, and I've been told that this is not a term we can use, so you might want to change his name.
Yeah.
I didn't know this. Anytime you want to wager, I'll give you plus 110 on it too. On the 68.5, it's sitting there for you, and we can privately negotiate the terms. But I am more than happy to go. Yeah, that's a term that
Yeah, wow.
is
All right.
hashtag
Big change.
problematic. So yeah, I'm looking for more money. I went to our friends in the wagering community this morning to see if that number had moved on the win total for the Cardinals. And Fangraphs, I see, has them up to 77. But as far as a casino goes, it's not available. Chairman Kurt, you can just talk, Chairman Kurt.
Our friend Virginia is checking
Oh,
in.
Doug, the delightful Virginia is on the
Okay.
Callier and Thompson phone lines.
All right.
Virginia, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hello, Jenny Jen.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. How are y'all doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Good, thank you. I am just calling in about our Redbirds.
Yeah.
Just checking everybody's pulse, seeing how everybody's doing. I'm still hanging in there. Offensively, we look pretty good. I heard, we're coming back, we're fighting back. We have been. Jordan Walker, he's looking great. I mean, he's looking a lot better than he did last year.
Yeah.
I know small sample size. We're still early on in the season, but it's looking promising for him. Herrera, he's doing well. Gorman's doing well. Everybody looks better than they did, except Mason Wynn. Offensively, he's struggling a little bit, but that's okay. It's still early. I feel like he'll figure it out. He's a beast defensively. Jordan Walker is holding down right field defensively. Have y'all seen him throw the ball in? He's getting the job done. So for me, the thing I hope Bloom sees, because he's watching the game, is our bullpen, right? Like we've already talked about it.
Yeah, the old fire squad.
Yeah, my heart sinks when I see Ali start calling from the bullpen. I'm like, no, leave whoever in. Leave McGreevy in. Leave Libby in. Leave, whoever. Just don't go to the bullpen right now unless it's Romero, but you can't use Romero every game. I have this philosophy, and this is what I'm going to say about the bullpen. When I first saw the names for the bullpen, I was like, who are these people? I do not know them, or, if we got them from the Guardians or somebody, they must not have been that impressive because I don't recognize them. My philosophy generally for me is I give you one time to ask who is Virginia? Like, who is that? I don't know who she is. And then after our first encounter, you will know who I am, and you will be impressed, and you will want me, or you will know what I'm about. I have seen our bullpen, and I still don't know who they are, or the impression that they're leaving me is they're not very good. And I'm not discounting them because I don't know their name. They've showed me who they are. So we need to kind of fix that just to stay competitive. And that's where I am. I am decently satisfied as a Cardinals fan. We just need to fix a few things to stay competitive within our division. And that's where I am.
Yeah. I think a lot of people would share your thoughts.
Yep.
Kind of pleasantly surprised by what they've seen so far, would like to see further improvement. I think that's very fair and reasonable.
Virginia, a big development here during your call on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, who I see now has a Navy road cap as his avatar, says, I think I'm falling for Virginia. How about that, Chairman Kurt? Would you like to say anything here?
No, I mean, Virginia's made it clear. She's spoken for, but...
Been married for 20 years, right, Virginia?
20 years,
How about that?
But her positive disposition is just refreshing as all get out. And she can talk ball. Virginia, I'm a big fan.
Let's go. I love it. We are a baseball family. So, I mean, but yeah, me and my husband are a baseball family and our 4 kids. So, but
that was a polite way.
I still like you, Virginia, but you lost me there.
Hey, kids, Uncle Kurt's going to go to the game with us today.
Oh, every now and again, I'm going to just try and jump on. And do I think our season will be pretty? No, it's going to be gritty. It's going to be like fighting. That's just what I feel. We got to buckle in as fans and just kind of hope. Like I said, I don't know. It would be awesome if we just took our division and then ruined somebody's run for the World Series. It would be fantastic.
Like
I'm
the
just
Cubs.
saying it could happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like ruin it, like just absolutely ruin it, and that would be a step up. So that's what I'm looking for.
It would be.
Wait, thank you, Virginia.
Well, all right, Jenny Jen.
Yeah. All right, y'all have a good day. Thanks for listening.
All right, you too.
That is Virginia, and she has Chairman Kurt smitten. And then she brought up her husband and the 4 children. Mm-hmm. So she didn't say no, but yet she somehow said no.
Yeah, we call that a kill shot.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt it too.
Virginia's onto something here. Fans are starting to come back on board. The bullpen will cause a lot of fans to lose interest again. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. Now, there is a phenomenon in business, and perhaps it can be applied to sports. Certainly not something the Cardinals have dealt with over the last few decades, but perhaps they will this year, and that is the phenomenon of low expectations. And so I think if the Cardinals went into the season expected to be competing for the National League Central or to be in the mix for a National League pennant, and Las Vegas set their win total at 88.5 or something, we'd be going, oh my God, this is going to be rough, because there's no way they're going to be able to bridge the gap from a starting rotation that might be fine to, Romero and Riley O'Brien, because there's going to be a lot of landmines in the 6th, 7th, maybe 8th innings. But because the expectations were so low and they're 6-5, I think that has got people energized. And I think I keep going back to the energy thing, the enthusiasm. Nathan Church is rounding first base, and he's turned into the Cardinal dugout, like flexing, so damn fired up about a game-tying home run in the 11th game of the season. But if you're emotionally invested, you want to see the team that you're cheering for reciprocate that emotion. And so that gets people going.
How about the closer, Riley O'Brien?
Dealing season, Martin.
They picked him up in the offseason of 2023. I remember he made the team in 24 at Dodger Stadium, and they got hurt, like in the opening game.
For cash considerations.
Yeah,
right,
they just kind of just grabbed him out of nowhere. Yeah. And then this guy is your closer right now with just kind of an interesting story, right? Drafted, he pitched a total of 2 big league innings when they scooped him up. And he's been injured a little bit here and there, but it looks like he is going to be the guy in the 9th. Again, getting to the later innings. Romero's been great. Riley O'Brien's been great. Getting there.
Soriano was solid last night.
I agree with on him.
They need
That's
that.
another one I feel good about. And Graceffo.
Yeah.
Pitched really well in the Mets series and was solid as well. So, yeah, maybe. I mean, like the Roycroft thing, God bless. That was tended to. They might just be in a trial and error mode. I will say this, going back to the outset of the conversation, the numbers in Memphis are worth being excited about. Jordan Walker, again, as everybody's saying, nobody's saying otherwise, at least not on this show, not callers, not texters that I've seen, not in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's 11 games. He's been around for 4 seasons at this point. But this is certainly encouraging because even some of the outs are rockets. And you put that in the cleanup spot, and all of a sudden a guy who I think, and I would certainly be at first in line on this, was ready to go, okay, it's not going to happen. I don't know what happened, but add him to another list of Cardinal prospects that didn't materialize. Perhaps he got it going. I know he really did commit to it in the offseason, and I know the organization felt like he really committed to it in the offseason, but they weren't sure it was going to translate. And 11 games in, maybe it is. Maybe it is. It's certainly, that's an exciting thing. Gorman had 3 hits last night. Mm-hmm. That's encouraging.
These guys have so much power. If they just put the bat on the ball, good things will happen. They just keep from striking out 2 out of 3 times they come to the plate. That's a big thing for those 2.
Martin, you going to go down there on Friday and talk to Walker about Bonds' record and say at this pace just to kind of bring yourself back to 1998?
Kind of get him on board with this whole at this pace. Boy, I tweeted the first day of camp we were there, just the video of him in the cage, and all I said was he'd lost 15 pounds. And then it led to this huge discussion with everybody about they didn't like, and I probably rolled
This is a Twitter thing?
Yeah, so I told you guys at the time, I put out the video. It was real simple.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And everybody chimed in, his legs too far forward. I don't like his hips. And I said, wow, I didn't realize all the hitting coaches that were following me. That was a month and a half ago. In his recent days, doing well, it's reignited this whole debate, and these guys are going after each other. And under my timeline, it's kind of like
in the mentions.
Well, it's because it goes back to the video from February, and now the guy's saying, "See, I told you." And the other guy's, "No, you're not looking properly at his hips. He's still off line." I'm like, oh my God. There are people out there who are convinced they know more about hitting than anybody.
Oh, yeah.
And Walker seems to be. I don't remember that. Gosh, how many players? I just don't remember it being this level of dissection with every part of his swing and his approach. I hope to God it works because it's exhausting with all the hitting coaches that are out there.
I think there's a lot of hitting coaches in quotes because everybody played baseball at some point. They played softball or baseball. They have half a clue what's going on. Not everybody played hockey or football to have a educated opinion about what you should be doing or not. I think that's where that comes from. And I have a fun fact to share with the play group.
Again? The play group. I like that. The play group.
Doug had a quiz earlier. This is a fun
fact. The Cincinnati Reds have scored fewer runs than every team in the major leagues. They've scored only 34 runs. By contrast, the Cardinals, 53 runs. The Reds are 8-3 and in first place, having scored the fewest amount of runs in the major leagues.
That's the fun fact.
That's the fact.
Frank,
how often does that happen, where a team that has scored the fewest amount of runs has as good a record of all except all but the Dodgers and the Yankees?
They've got a couple of young pitchers.
Yeah, good pitching.
Who I would imagine most people around baseball, and I'm only paying attention to it just from a wagering standpoint, but Chase Burns is pretty damn sick. A guy named Rhett Lauder has had a couple of good starts as well. I know Hunter Green's dealing with his injury, and he's on the IL. But you wouldn't think that in that ballpark in particular. Again, early in the season, maybe dealing with some colder temperatures in southern Ohio than it will be. But, yeah, that speaks to the fact that they have some good young starting pitching. Yeah, the Reds are at 8-3 and off to a strong start, as are the Pirates. And wouldn't it be fun if we could revisit the NLCS from 1990 when the Pirates and Reds played and have that play out in the National League Central this year? Wouldn't that bring fans back?
Well, to those 2 cities it would. I don't know that it would here. If the Pirates and Reds were to battle it out, you think fans would start showing up by the tens of thousands at Busch Stadium?
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig is?
Alan Craig would be on board, I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Surprising that the Dodgers are off to a good start. They're 9-2.
Mm-hmm. Run differential of plus 35
They're revisiting their skull pounding in the psyche of Toronto fans this week, going up there and saying, "Hey, remember what happened in October when you were an out away? Hello again, everybody. Let's sweep you."
I saw Dan Schulman, who's the Blue Jays announcer, getting sniped by people. And for Eric in the Central West End, on X, not on Twitter, on X. And he responded, he said, and they were mad. Quit bringing up the World Series. And he said, well, it is somewhat relevant. The Blue Jays and Dodgers are playing, and they just met in the World Series. It's a little relevant. I'm surprised someone at his level would even respond.
The Dodgers' backup catcher, Dalton Rushing, has 3 home runs, and he's batting .667.
Scary.
That's their backup.
That's the backup.
Yeah.
Scary. You're welcome to get involved on the program. Jeremy Rutherford is going to take your 2-part questions brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies at approximately 8:40 on today's presentation. Send those in at 314-399-9646. I talked to Mark Hanna yesterday, and I want to emphasize this, Doug, and I need to emphasize this. That's a wonderful person. He's just a good person who has a positive outlook. So my negative outlook when we're on the phone, it's a nice balance. It still becomes a negative call because of my presence is so negative, but he's so positive. It balances it out. But he uses his experience in addition to math and logic to lay out plans for people and customize them individually. And I go back to this over and over again. You're in your 20s, you're in your 30s, and you're going, yeah, I guess I probably ought to get somebody as a financial advisor. At the very least, give Mark a call. You're going to enjoy the conversation. That's one thing. And you might just have found somebody who can set you and or your family on the right path. 314-889-0503, 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreen-ws.com. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 7:57 in St. Louis. We are in the healthcare-evolution 7 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford on the Polos Plus dossier at 8:40, along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 9:45. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website to head to if you're looking for a vehicle and you're not sure what you can get approved for. Doesn't matter what the situation or what the circumstances are. AutoLoan Pro works hard to not only get you the vehicle, but to get you into that car with little to no money down. Best rates possible. They guarantee that by working with over 50 different lenders. AutoLoanPro.com. Financing a car, all you need to know is to choose the pro. AutoLoanPro.com, part of the Lita family. Check out the website. Cars listed right there that you can shop online. You'll see Robert Thomas, friend of Auto Loan Pro. And then on that same site is the playbook they put together that you can download and explains how the credit industry works. So you get a car this time around, improve your credit. Next time around, get a different type of car. Whatever it is, you can get it done online at AutoLoanPro.com. So it doesn't matter what the situation, best rates possible, little to no money down. Pretty good opportunity for you to get that car today at AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Cardinals win in extra innings last night against Washington. They try to take the series today as they take on the Nationals. 3:05 first pitch. Michael McGreevy toeing the slab for the Redbirds. Former Cardinal Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Nationals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Runners trying to steal, but they all get caught. I don't care about power or speed. A cute boy in a squad is all I really need. Frame it up, throw 'em out, call the game, leave no doubt. That's the way it's meant to be. That's my favorite spot. Behind the plate for me. I don't need no outfielders tonight. 9 catches in the lineup. Ooh, I just might. Give me Pozo Herrera. Bad haste too. If I'm in the lineup.
That's just Dua Lipa?
It's a salute to the Cardinal catchers.
9 catches deep in the squad.
She likes the guy in the squad.
Legs, you know they make me so hot. If loving them is
Actually, this impressive.
Chairman Kurt.
This is another Chairman Kurt. Wow, you're really working on the album.
The B-side.
This is the B-side to Navy Caps on the Road.
Yeah, this one's called 9 Catchers.
9 catchers.
You had a little time at home yesterday to workshop this?
This one actually, this one took a little longer. This was more like a 72-hour production.
Really?
Broken up into pieces, but yeah. Sometimes it's good to step away, clear the mind, come back.
And you have to write
like
all
the
the
White
words, all the
Album.
lyrics.
Yeah, I wrote all the lyrics to that. And Dua Lipa, Tim, you nailed it. That was the inspiration.
Was that Dua Lipa?
Sabby was the inspiration for Navy Caps. Dua Lipa was 9 Catchers.
Don't you see that music video with Sabby Carpenter and Margaret Qualley?
I
saw
did
that,
not.
yeah.
No.
What do you think about that, Papers?
Strong.
I bet.
What were they doing?
Jackson?
They were in like kind of like a hooded sweatshirt situation.
Does that help?
answer?
Doug?
That's hot.
Doug, did that clear it up?
I really just
A
saw a
hooded
still
sweat-
image, and I didn't watch the music video in its entirety, but I did see.
Doug, there's a hooded sweatshirt
I can see
situation.
his
What's hot about a hooded sweatshirt?
28-year-old single guy when 3 attractive women are playing Sappho's games that
Oh.
you would want to click on that.
Yeah, it was a kind of like a, ooh, what do we got here? Dua Lipa, she's getting married to that Callum Turner, and he used to be with Vanessa Kirby, and he might be playing James Bond in the future, and I just want to salute to that man.
Why?
He used to be with Vanessa Kirby, he's now with Dua Lipa, and he might be James Bond. He's living out my
okay.
fantasy.
He's got it going on, you're saying.
Who is
Remember
he?
Bruno Kirby? Maybe Bruno Kirby's
Kirby,
daughter?
I remember
granddaughter?
him. Yeah.
Let me find out. I don't,
City Slickers, Godfather?
I don't think he's
not
with us
related,
anymore.
Not related to Bruno Kirby. He had a
But friends.
tough role in Basketball Diaries.
What was it?
He was a basketball coach. It was really
That was tough.
unfortunate.
Okay.
Doug, are we listening to a man speaking in code?
Yeah, we're just
seems
not
like
getting
it.
full answers.
Are
We're
you
getting
appealing-
answers, but we're getting like
He
1/8
played the
answers.
basketball coach that was a little handsy with Leonardo DiCaprio. It was a very uncomfortable scene.
Oh.
Okay. Now I regret asking.
But he was great in Godfather 2, where he plays a young Clemenza.
Okay.
What is this, TMZ? Who cares? It's from
Oh.
MD 2020.
God.
I care. Callum Turner.
Callum Turner.
Callum.
I don't believe I know him.
Let me get this straight. Music video with hot girls. No thanks. Dude dating Dua Lipa. Yes, please. That's from Starvin' Marvin.
That's kind of what I got from it.
Getting married to Dua Lipa.
I don't see Callum Turner as James Bond. I don't think that would be good casting there.
Jackson, your thoughts?
He is
Going
English. I
movie
guess
boy.
they want the accent.
He's a handsome guy. What do you want from him?
I want someone who looks more like James Bond.
Who looks like James Bond?
I don't know, but not
Sean
this guy.
Connery.
All right, take the show today, and then at 10:28, I want you to give me a better person to play James Bond.
Okay. 10:28.
All right. I like
We'll
this.
have
Still a
everybody get
challenge.
to cut off here.
Yeah, everyone can participate.
Okay, 10:28 to cut off for the next
James
Bond. Okay.
Okay.
Callum Turner, British. Boy, all of our great actors. Did they have to come from over there?
Not all. I just
Seems-
mentioned Leonardo DiCaprio.
I know, but so many. I'm not calling you out. I'm saying it's amazing how many of our actors
They have a lot more. They have a long history of theatrical arts.
Well, your thoughts on the theatrical arts? Text in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Theater Dad, we want to hear from you.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a thing?
Call in Theater Dad.
You missed your line.
I have to tell you, I'm intrigued by that.
Is
If
there
not, that
such a
should be a
thing?
character. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Open up the YouTube app. You type in TMASTL. You subscribe to it. And the next thing you know, you're in there talking to eggplant emojis, the devil's crotch, and 282 other friends in the TMA STL Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And, of course, we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the polosplus.com dossier. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug, I was so bold yesterday to say the following. Is it possible that yesterday, which was April 7th, the last day we have with a high limited to the 50s until October? And then we wound up getting into the 60s anyway. It was beautiful yesterday. Really a great day to compress, especially if you're out there on bent grass. Design Air, Heating and Cooling. Make sure that your air conditioning is ready for the warm weather, because here come highs in the 80s next week on Monday. DesignerService.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. They're the longest running sponsor on TMA. The show only exists because of the sponsors, and we ask that you support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignerService.com. Think about that.
Okay. Right now I'm thinking about actors who could play James Bond. But I'll
Take your
think
time.
about Design Air.
Yeah, take your time. You can think about both.
We haven't heard from a theater parent yet, but friend of the program, Keith Kachuk, gives his own personal advice to current and future youth hockey parents. I'm anxious to hear what he has to say. Where is this from, their Papus?
This is from the Wingmen podcast, the Brady and Matthew Kachuk podcast.
All right, hit the lever, please. Let's have a listen.
What would be your advice to hockey parents?
If the kids want to play hockey, you got to let them have fun, let them enjoy it. You can't look at a 6-year-old say he's going to the NHL, and you got to be better to the coaches. All this bullshit that happens in the stands at games is crazy. That's got to be eliminated. Just let them go out and have fun. It's the best time of your life. Enjoy the friendships you're going to make. As you get older, it gets more intense. I get it. But play other sports, but let the coaches do their job. Relax. Your kid's not going to be the next Sidney Crosby or Connor McDavid or Nick Cousins, just let them play. It's gotten out of control. It really has. And it's sickening. And I don't like when kids change teams every year. That's a problem. I don't think you should move away to play for a team unless you're living in a place where you can't find a team. Kids need to be going to school, enjoying their friends at school, and enjoying game hockey. Chantel got mad at me one time because I yelled at her son, Matthew, and I closed the door. And then I was walking off the ice, and the Zamboni guy recognized me, and he was talking to me, "Hey, how you doing?" And Chantel comes down, "Don't you ever effing do that to my kid ever effing again," and then walked away. And the Zamboni guy goes, "Oh my God." I go, "There, I'm married to her, buddy."
Walter. Well, Chantel would be a good surprise guest.
Yeah.
She runs the ship over there, I'll tell you. I feel like every Kachuk comment needs to end with Jesus. Jesus. Hockey Dad, so we haven't heard from Theater Dad yet.
Let's see, we got somebody that says Theater Dad Martin is 100% a thing. Accidentally leave your phone on during your kid's musical, and you'll figure out which sweater vest it is pretty quickly. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Accidentally leave it, so then you get tisk-tisked by Theater Dad.
And it's a guy in a sweater vest?
Yeah, you gotta see that.
I don't mind a sweater vest.
What about
I
a
know that's
phone
shocking
going off?
to you.
What about a phone going off during the theater performance?
That's bad form. But it happens. Even though it goes off, hopefully you turn it off within 2 or 3 seconds and everyone survives.
Well, the sweater vest guy is going to be pissed.
Jim Trussel's pretty good sweater vest guy.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's Chuck Marlowe's favorite, I think, man.
Mm-hmm. Mount Rushmore of sweater vest guys.
Brother.
That's good.
Captain Kangaroo.
Was that
Rip from today's headline.
Is that a sweater? Yeah, I guess that is. And it was Mr. Green Jeans was his buddy, Doug?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think that was about?
Now, what are you trying to say
Just
right
a neighbor.
there?
No, I don't-
just a
like,
friendly neighbor.
Okay. But like he was just always around. Like, was he nipping a little sherry, Tim? Mr. Green?
Did Gene Shalit wear a sweater vest?
I don't think so. And Mr. Rogers, he wore the full sweater.
That was
He
a
wore the
cardigan.
Yeah, I was more a cardigan.
Yeah.
Grandma Johan says Mike Ditka.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, big
call.
great
Nice job, Grandma Johan.
I can see Coach Pinkel. He wore it a fair amount. I can picture him.
It seems like an older ball coach move.
Guys, I'm a hockey dad of a 4-year-old, and the insanity has already started.
4?
Resisting as long as they can. What the hell's going on
They've
there?
been able to walk for 2.5 years, and now you're mad because they can't skate?
Holy crap. As a parent of a 4-year-old, I have to tell you, I'm surprised to hear that.
Jeez.
It's a little early to get intense.
Like, I don't know, where is this going on? I actually would be willing to just watch it for my own entertainment.
Wouldn't you just be proud if your kid could stay upright?
If you could skate, yeah. Well, it could be just one lunatic. You know, everybody gets painted with the same brush because one guy's acting like a fool.
Yeah, that's fair.
Steve and Tom, you're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. Others, sweater vests, Martin Steve Spurrier, Bobby Knight, and Alex P. Keaton, Michael J. Fox on Family Ties with the great Meredith Baxter Burney, who's scheduled to join us in studio Friday. That'll be fun.
I think it's hard to picture Bob Knight without the full red sweater.
Yeah, I see it.
Because like the last 10 to 20 years, every time you saw Bob Knight, he had the red sweater on.
But
Maybe
the
like-
sweater vest is nice because it'll keep you a little warm, but you still have full movement of the arms, just like a regular vest.
Ball coach Steve on TikTok is really mad at Kirkwood hockey.
Oh, no.
About time they got their comeuppance.
I don't know what's going on with ball coach Steve on TikTok. He says, Kirkwood hockey parents need to listen to this. Must play for Kirkwood. LOL.
I think he's got an axe to grind.
I went to a couple Kirkwood games this year. I didn't see parents acting like fools.
Well, ball coach Steve on TikTok, where you can watch some of his clips, and he will break it down. Apparently, I don't know. Ball coach Steve on TikTok. You also can call in at 314-974-0101.
Of course, sometimes things happen behind the scenes that you don't see at a game.
Gives it back to Hunt. Hunt's really in close. Oh, gives it to Bryant. Bryant, roof daddy! Get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
Now, that's the kind of hockey parent you need.
Bingo.
Everyone should be doing play-by-play. You ever sat next to a guy doing play-by-play for no reason other than...
So he's not calling the game, he's just doing it?
Yeah. Every now and then you...
That happens?
Oh, I
Just
haven't had it
talking
in a while.
aloud? Just
kind of to himself, but enough that you can hear it a person or two
I assume he's not with a lady?
No, he's not. I thinks he's the next Jack Buck.
I'd have to get up and move. I couldn't be around. If it's like a kid doing it, it's kind of cute. But
practicing his craft.
Right. That's
But an
you know.
older gentleman,
Yeah.
there's a pitch.
Well,
a
it's
little
usually
low.
a younger guy. It's not an old people not doing it.
Okay.
There's nothing worse than a Cottleville soccer mom. Always on full tilt, running kids over in her recalled Tahoe in the Veta parking lot. That's from Doug's
Running kids
Frisbee.
over?
I feel like that would have made some headlines.
St. Peter's Hockey Club parents are true Hoosiers. That's some sad.
Here we go.
Now we're going into. Are we in the parish? Or are we in the municipality?
Oh, probably the municipality.
Okay.
Sounded like Nicholson at the beginning of Departed there.
True Hoosiers.
Oh boy, every hockey program's taking shots now, Doug. It's all.
All we got to do is mention youth sports, and we get more text than probably any other topic.
I don't know. The sweater vest kind of took off.
Yeah, there's a
Ken
lot of sweater
Bone
vests.
getting a vote. Bill Cosby being mentioned.
But those were sweaters, not vests.
Yeah, I went the vest.
And somebody else said Mr. Effin Rogers. I'm like, that was a sweater.
That's more of a cardigan anyway.
That's not a vest.
Guys, MILF hockey moms are the best. Thanks. That's from Big Paws, and Doug, he always talks about pogs, right?
Nice
he likes
pog.
pogs.
I don't know what he talks about.
It's nice positivity.
Paz talks pog.
Guys, unfortunately, the Cottleville soccer mom reference was true. That's from the Big Show.
Oh, no.
So that really did happen?
I don't know. I don't go to a lot of Cottleville soccer.
There was the story about a A lady in Connellville running people over in recalled Tahoes.
Let's head to the news.
Let's head to the news, Tim. All right, that's the latest. Let's head to the news. Let's head to the news.
A new youth soccer complex is planned for Connellville. That came out in 2023.
Well, I think if somebody was running kids over, we'd probably have heard about it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
In a recalled Tahoe.
I feel like they're alluding to the dangerous driving. The kids are scampering. They're not being hit, but they're on full alert.
Guys, all you're doing is adding fuel to the fire between the Merrimack Sharks and St. Peter's parents. That's from D. Hibby. Is there tension between the Merrimack Sharks and...
Perhaps there is. I don't know.
St. Peter? I think JR can give us some firsthand accounts.
He's a hockey
in
dad,
studio.
right?
Yeah. And I believe he lives at the Shark Tank. We'll find out. Let's see. You're welcome to text in as well, 314-399-9646. Call in 314-974-0101 and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Programs presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com. Call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. I was talking to Ed Herman the other day. And we are grateful for their support. They are local, founded in St. Louis in 1979. And they built new offices down on the hill here within the last few years. They're committed to St. Louis. And they know when you get in an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they do everything for free right at the beginning. They come to you for free. You got a question, call them for free. They don't get paid unless you get paid. It's Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Jordan Walker is on a heater. And Derek Gould joined the fellows on the fast lane yesterday afternoon to talk about what is going on with Walker. And this was before he hit another home run last night and hit a frozen rope late in the game that looked like it might wind up being a game winner. But he continues to barrel the ball. The stats are really indicative of a hell of a start. If you go to Baseball Savant, we'll have that for you coming up. Plus, former Cardinal Wilson Contreras, according to a member of the Foul Territory podcast, needs to be suspended for his song and dance, or as Christian Yelich called it, we've seen this skit before. That coming up on the program. Then Jeremy Rutherford at 8:40, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct's making the decision to upgrade your home easy with their buy two windows, get two free offer. Plus, there's no limit. So the more you upgrade, the more you save, and it only gets better. You'll have no payments and no interest for 24 months with $500 off your entire project. Work with their team of experts to give your home the fresh feeling it deserves for years to come. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. The fresh air of April, the fresh start, and the fresh feeling with the spring weather. But old drafty windows don't keep that fresh start feeling very long. Buy two windows, you get two free with Universal Windows Direct, 24 months with no payments and no interest, and $500 of your entire home improvement project. It's Universal Windows Direct. Free estimates by going to universalwindowsdirect.com or calling 314-334-2522. Do so, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Doug, is this Biz Marquee from, what do you think, 90?
I believe it is. I believe so, yeah.
I don't think 91 is live, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 89 to get me 88 and 90. That's my reasoning. I like to show the work.
I think it's 90. But maybe late 89. Yeah, I'm going to go 90.
Biz Marquee's Just a Friend came out in 1989.
Ah, okay.
You like it, Doug?
Sure, this was a big hit.
Am I wrong? Was this not the intro music for TMA for a brief moment?
We've been using the great Jermaine Stewart. Boy, the ladies loved Jermaine Stewart. He didn't reciprocate. And then, I believe, Martin, I think it was NWA's Express Yourself at the outset.
That's
Chairman Kurt's nodding.
Yeah, never mind.
I wait for Buck Swope's confirmation. Buck Swope knows more than anyone about this program.
In the 1380 days, I think it was James Brown. Big
So comes off as a humble brag.
So many glorious eras. 1380 days, the 920 days.
Yeah.
On
the
off.
HD2 days.
HD2, on off 590.
Yeah, I think we had 3 different stints there.
Kiowski, what were you thinking?
Yep.
This squad.
Yep. Gosh. Tough, Doug, tough.
Then
tough,
there was going to be
tough.
Doug, there'd be a show, a whole station for men. Mm-hmm. But then you'd have another station for women.
Right, which made perfect sense.
So you could kind of,
Jackson
so
Burkett
men would listen to one, women would listen to the
But
other.
what about listeners who are non-binary? Did they have an option?
That was not addressed. in the press
750 they. You had the man, the woman.
The woman station was just something that hit me like a bolt of lightning.
There you go.
Okay.
There was a press conference held for it.
I'm excited.
I don't think we got the release. Fox 2 was unable.
Fox wasn't there.
Unable to cover it that day. Doug, did Channel 4 have a camera there?
No, but Iggy was appointed like head producer, I believe, of The
He
Woman.
was appointed executive producer. That's correct.
What could go wrong?
Okay.
Doug, Jordan Walker is on an absolute heater. What a pleasant surprise. I mean, 11 games in, it's got to be the most pleasant surprise. I guess 6 wins is also probably a pleasant surprise. But Derek Gould joined the boys on the fast lane yesterday and talked about what's going on here with the Cardinal right fielder. And this was before he hit his 4th home run last evening in Washington.
He's had quite a road trip. So whatever he did at in that homestand, which was strong, has just kind of continued to amplify here on the road. I mean, you look at some of his defensive plays there in Detroit, and then, of course, the home runs. You got that grand slam that, landed in the Detroit River, and the home run yesterday, and then, of course, that single that was just as impressive, right? I mean, he is not breaking from the approach that he sort of snapped into in that final week or final few days of spring training, and he's getting rewarded for it, which was kind of right the equation that the Cardinals wanted to have happen. Not just the work in the cage, but then for it to carry out on the field so that he didn't go back into the cage wondering would it ever work. He needed some proof of concept, so to speak. But what he needed was really confidence that work was going to pay off, and he's gotten that. And, I've spent some time talking to people or hearing from people about, like, whether, the production offensively at the plate is also increasing sort of his willingness to play full throttle elsewhere. You think about the stolen base that he had, some of the things he's looking to do, the throws he's had, stuff like that. And, I talked to Jordan about it. He said he wants to really keep things separate, right? He wants to keep defense separate from offense. But he admitted, like, when things are going good offensively, I wouldn't mind feeling a little bit, more of a swagger going out on defense. And he didn't use the word swagger. I added that. Actually, Marmol used the word swagger too. So, but he said he wouldn't mind, if it works, as opposed to trying to keep them separate so that one didn't leak into the other because of frustration. He said it would be wonderful if, like, the success offensively became this force multiplier for his entire game.
There's a base knock.
Last 4 games, 7 for 17, 3 homers, 8 RBIs.
It sure does seem like he's playing with a whole lot more confidence. And he is just 23. You can see how, people are still changing in their early 20s. You can see how a guy 23 feels a lot more confident, more of a feeling of belonging there, as opposed to someone 20, 21 years old. So, certainly the future's starting to look very bright for him when we were wondering if he did belong here for the last couple of years.
I think we're all afraid to kind of, like, when is it okay to say it?
Yeah.
Like, hey, he's got this thing going. It's super early, so you can't say anything definitive right now, but it's certainly encouraging. Didn't homer until, I think, the last spring training game, right?
That's right. You're right about that.
It was the final game of spring training. He got his first spring
It was
homer.
after an ABS challenge, too. He should have been K'd that. Well, he originally thought he was going to struck out, and then he hit it right after.
But it would certainly change matters for the franchise if he is a legit big outfielder.
It truly does. It absolutely does. It's that substantial because, again, you go back 3 years ago at this time where he did start pretty good, and then they didn't like the trage, Doug, so sent him down. But at that time, the ceiling was super high, top prospect in the game. And I just don't think the organization saw this coming. But perhaps they did. Again, the thing that I keep going back to is there was a real commitment by him in the offseason to get it right. He worked his ass off in the offseason. I think the concern was that through spring, it hadn't really led to anything. Jackson has brought up the fact that he hadn't hit a home run until the final game. So for it to switch like this, and even when he's making outs, he's hitting the ball hard. This is just, it changes things so substantially because if you look at it right now with what's in the major leagues, on opening day, I can't imagine, and we might have actually had this conversation, is there a worse offensive outfield in baseball? If you're looking at the starting outfield of the 30 teams and you're going, okay, you got Youngry in center, Nathan Church in left, and the Jordan Walker we're thinking of in right, what organization could possibly trot out something that would have a lower production offensively than that one? And, it's not like, Church had the home run last night. I'm not expecting much more of that. But that changes things substantially because on the infield, there's real potential for offense there across the board. But the outfield, where most teams at the very least get some substantial production, the Cardinals go in with an outfield of Church, Scott, and Walker, who at least I did, went into the season thinking, okay, this is probably going to be it, but they're going to give him one last run and expire everything so he doesn't turn into another guy that left the organization and then goes somewhere else and takes off.
Yeah. The absolute worst would be if he goes somewhere and becomes Aaron Judge.
Right.
He's about the same size, same kind of power. So, and this might have been about the last year that they were willing to give it. I don't know that for sure, but he's been here 3 years already. And same with Gorman.
I kind of think we know who Gorman is, though. He actually had a great play that charge. Was that the 8th inning?
Unbelievable. I thought the runner beat it out, and the replay was clear, half step. That was a hell of a play.
Burleson dug it out, so I'm like, the guy can play some third, which is great. I think if you play him the whole year, he'll probably hit about 230, 240. He'll probably hit 20 to 25 homers. He'll strike out. I kind of think that's who he is, where Walker, we haven't seen him max out yet, and maybe there's more there. That's the hope. But I think Gorman will play a good third, but he's probably not going to be an all-star type hitter.
No, probably not. No. But just making contact for both those guys. Just don't strike out half the time you're up there because they are so big and strong. With any kind of contact, the ball's going to fly a little bit.
But when they're back on Friday, Doug, I'll ask Gorman if he got his eye back. Okay.
Nice. I've heard that he did in the song.
Jeremy Rutherford will give us his thoughts on what took place last night with the Blues. Dug down to 0.5% to make the Stanley Cup playoffs after the loss to Colorado last night. So therefore, I would imagine a lot of the questions will turn to the offseason and the upcoming decisions the Blues will have to make. Your two-part questions for Jeremy Rutherford at 314-399-9646 and in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over with Kevin at the Lake, Go Stick, Scorsy, Trey Davis, and I Hate Paper Straws. They're all in there talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe, and once we get to 6,800 subscribers, Doug gets gold bullion. So if you
Yes.
want to see Doug with some gold bullion, this is a great opportunity. Also, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming your way on the Polos Plus dossier. Martin, you know anything about Seth Goldkamp and Design Air?
I do. Seth has been running the show for a while, but it's been in the family for a long time. More than a century now, taking care of your heating and cooling needs, which means it's changed over the years. The technology's gotten so much better. If you're in the market for a new furnace, HVAC unit, have them come out, explain to you all the different options that are available and how that technology can make your air better for you and your kids, just make your life more comfortable. They explain all of that. Then the installation team comes in. Awesome employees at Design Air. We talk about them all the time. There really is a difference when you have employees that are not only good at their craft, but also enjoy working for that company. You can experience the difference by going to designairservice.com, whether it's a repair, and they are honest. They'll let you know, hey, you don't need a brand new unit. You just need to fix this. We've heard so many stories over the years. Folks may have been given advice elsewhere. Design Air comes in and says it's a simple repair. Heating and cooling needs year-round. The only place to go is the longest-running sponsor of TMA, and that is designairservice.com.
Well, when Harrison's brother Master hears that Jeremy Rutherford's coming in, Doug, he begins texting. And I'll just give you an idea of what he wants to talk about.
Okay.
Do you want to guess who it is?
Probably Cairo.
Yeah, it's a good read.
Okay.
Greetings, JR. Would you say it's a good or bad thing that an $8 million player is playing on the fourth line? And then he has a few more thoughts. So that's a deep tease to what is coming up, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. JR taking your two-part questions coming up here on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. The program is called The Morning After. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. I was in the Little Wizards room, I'll be honest with everybody.
Oh, were you really? Okay. Well, that music's been playing for about 2.5 minutes or so.
On an
I saw the red light come on.
Oh, did you?
I saw the red light come on.
That means go time.
That's right. And it's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 2-part questions coming for Jeremy Rutherford, who joins us in studio, the Stiefel Studios. Hi, Jeremy.
If I was theater dad, I would have said you were late for your lines there.
Yep. And apparently theater dad's a real thing. And they wear sweater vests.
Oh, they're required to?
Yeah.
That's what you came in to talk about today?
JR, I'm going to guess you have not encountered a lot of theater dads in Jeffco.
I don't look like a theatrical family type of person.
Billy said he's going to be in the school play. I beat the snot out of him. Oh, thanks, Dad.
Even with Roseanne, John Goodman, I don't think I could fit that role. You don't think?
I could see that.
Well, yeah,
really.
you could.
Yeah.
Is that Dan Connor? Was that Dan Connor or was it Connors?
I don't know.
Then that came out in recent years. Connors.
Yeah, the Connors, yeah.
JR, you got a sweater vest?
I do. I love them.
You really?
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah. JR's taking your 2-part questions. I said that, and guess who texted in right away?
Let me guess.
Yep. Yep, he did. And he is loaded for bear. That's Harrison's brother, Master, as JR joins us here on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel, the program called The Morning After. Tim McKernan. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett's on the 1s and 2s, and poor Chairman Kurt's on the floor. Andy's ill.
on the floor.
JR taking your 2-part questions here, as he does every Wednesday at 8:40. Greetings, JR. Would you say it's a good or bad thing that an $8 million player is playing on the 4th line? You can ask, but you're not going to like the price. Famous last words. Also, some of the narrative around Kyrou now is that he's not a top guy. He's a secondary guy. He hasn't scored a goal against a goalie in a month. Where do you see these two situations going? You can't have $16 million in zero production. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Who? Has he texted in? Look at the history there.
He's a snootful.
Yeah, he's loaded for bear, so.
Well, he's not wrong this time with this text, and I know that's been a common theme with Harrison, but it's becoming more underscored when you see Jordan Kyrou not producing, and you see even Pavel Buchnevich, you mentioned on the 4th line. The Blues are going to have to figure something out. They really are, and I know they've explored trading Jordan Kyrou in the past. Leading up to the trade deadline, there was some chatter, not as much as Robert Thomas. I think it'll be picked up again in the offseason. And guys, I wonder with Pavel Buchnevich going down to the 4th line, being scratched a game. I know Jim Montgomery said it was maintenance, want to keep him healthy. Look, there's less than 8 games left in the season at that point. So, I think it's a situation where they'll explore that too in the offseason.
You think Kyrou might be injured, banged up? Is there something going on we don't know about?
Not that I'm familiar with. And, I think what I think with him is that Doug Armstrong doesn't want to sell so low, and you couldn't be any lower than his stock is right now. So I'm not familiar with an injury. Maybe we'll find something out at the end of the season. I would think that they'd want to get his numbers up, whether it be at the start of next year or whatever, to get the value they think they should get for him. But I just don't know that that's going to happen.
But it is alarming outside of those top 3 that nobody else is doing anything.
Nobody.
I mean, Holloway, Snuggerud, and Thomas every night have been producing, and then Jake Neighbors doesn't have a goal since the Olympic break.
Yep, no goals, 7 assists since the Olympics. And I tweeted out last night, the Blues desperately need some secondary scoring, because after Holloway, Thomas, and Snuggerud, the next highest scorer is Pius Suter, and he's seen a ton of time on that 4th line. So you got a couple of defensemen in the mix there. Broberg, just nothing from those 2nd and 4th, 3rd, 4th lines. I asked Jim Montgomery about it last night, and he said they just don't have an anchor on those lines. They don't have anybody leading them like that line does with Robert Thomas.
So you think that'll be the focus in the offseason, build a second line?
It's got to be, and I know there's a lot of talk about the defense, and do you have enough coming in? What do you have to do to add to the blue line next year? But to me, if that Thomas line is going to be your top line, if Robert Thomas comes back and those guys are in the wings, you're going nowhere unless you build up some offense in the middle 6.
We were talking about this off air yesterday, your column, the mailbag, and the Robert Thomas question. I always like to ask you the likelihoods. What do you think now at this point of the likelihood of him returning? I know that was the focal point of the opening question in your mailbag on The Athletic.
Yeah, I probably don't think that the Blues have varied from their stance. Like if we had Doug or Alex in here, it would probably be, look, we talked to people before the trade deadline. Robert Thomas came up. If we got a deal that knocked our socks off, we'd trade him. If we didn't, then we wouldn't. But I think that it was real there. I think that they are looking at it like, will they be competitive in the next couple of years? And if they're not, will Robert Thomas be 30, 31 years old by the time they're competitive again? So that's why they looked into it. And now, I think from the outside perspective, that's why I said their answer would probably stay consistent. The outside, you look at it and you say, how can this team be successful without Robert Thomas? They have to keep him. To me, the way he's played coming back, whatever you want to say about leg procedure, injured, not injured, a lot of people say, hey, that's an excuse. He's played better, and he's put the team on his shoulders at times. And if these younger players come around and Snuggerud and Holloway and Broberg become the players they think you can be, Robert Thomas can still be the leader of that group.
What do you think about this idea? And whether Steen was in lockstep with Armstrong or not about trading or potentially looking into trading Thomas this summer, if you want him to stay and you want to make sure everybody's on the same page, you let Steen do a good cop, bad cop and say, that was Doug's idea. And, and just kind of like say, hey, I'm the guy that's going to be in charge. You're my guy. Kind of double down on, hey, we played together, even if it's not Steen's first choice, just to kind of calm those waters.
Yeah, definitely. And those talks happen. And if they went to Robert and said, listen, we firmly believe in you. We want to give you the C. We want you to be here. We want you to lead this group. I think that would smooth things over. Although I do wonder, Marty, you bring this up, it's an interesting dynamic with Doug still remaining here under contract for the next 3 years. You would like to think that, not just the GM coming to you saying we believe you, but also the president of hockey operations believes in you and wants you here too.
He would need to say, but I think before that, Steen, they do a little good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
Because Army doesn't mind being the guy that everybody hates.
No.
He doesn't mind.
He's at peace with that. Specific to last night, now the ship has all but sailed mathematically, 0.5% chance. What happened last night? Simple as Colorado goes, okay, we're going to wrap this thing up and make sure we've got the top seed, and that'll do it, boys.
Yeah, they got the top seed last night. And obviously, when Colorado loses to the Blues the other night, you know you're going to St. Louis and you'll clean things up and come out with a W there. The part that is just disturbing, I think, if you're a Blues fan, is to hear, I know it gets examined a lot, what they say in the post game after the game, and people don't put a lot of stock in there, but, you just beat this team. You need every win the rest of the way. And there were still guys last night that said, we didn't have the start. We weren't into it at the start of the game. For the life of me, that's the one thing post-game that I'll never understand.
Especially when it comes after 8 days after that San Jose game when they had a bad start in such a critical moment.
Yeah. So it just, I think we're all to the point where it is what it is. You thought maybe there could be a miracle there at the end of the season. There's not. That's the situation, and now you just hope that these young players continue to improve the way they did the last couple months of the season, and you're building on something at the start of next year.
With all that said, how big of Hoosiers are the Merrimack Shark parents?
Let's get to it.
Well, I woke up this morning at the Shark Tank. There's a little vending machine there, so I got some breakfast.
Oh, nice.
Did some show prep.
Hot Pocket?
Hot Pocket, and a little Zero Gatorade.
So it's a real situation.
It's a real situation. Mm-hmm. I think you guys are familiar with the starter pack guy, right? The guy that does the Merrimack Shark starter pack.
Absolutely. Yeah, I work with him.
Kirkwood.
Chairman Curtin. He works with us on Sound Story. Yeah,
that's great.
He's brilliant.
Hey, they're dead.
He came out on my podcast.
Yeah,
Brett Knowles is his name.
Okay, yeah, they're dead on. So the Sharks. He's got the Ford 150, right?
Yes.
Is there a Red Bull in there too? Probably.
I think the Red Bull applies to a variety of the different hockey precincts.
So yeah, but. Was it St. Peter's that chimed in?
Well, St. Peter. Well, a guy was upset with Kirkwood, and then that led to people attacking St. Peter's, and then another guy said, hey, be careful, guys. You're going to get ready in the middle of the war between the Merrimack Shark parents and the St. Peter's parents. Apparently, that's the heated rivalry. I don't know.
Chunk in the Chuck gave us the rankings.
Oh, really? What do we got?
The Hoosiers in the ice hockey world. The Merrimack Sharks, Southern Illinois Ice Hawks, St. Peter's Spirits, Afton Americans. JR, I just present that to you.
Guilty as charged.
So you're number one.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Guilty as charged. Got to be number one at something. Mm-hmm. But I will say, you got to throw St. Peter's in there. And hey, listen, there's people, St. Peter's are driving around right now. Put the Cowbells
They
No
have
way.
cowbells?
6 o'clock in the morning, cowbells. Joey's 6 years old, scores a goal, cowbells, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Like it's Starkville?
Yeah.
Holy crap, I wasn't aware of this.
So my question, and we did actually play with some St. Peter's folks. I said, hey, listen, when Joey retires, from youth hockey when he's 16, he goes on to play high school. Do you guys put the cowbells? Like, what do you do with them? Yeah. Is there a Facebook marketplace for these?
Probably frame
cowbells.
Ooh, boy, that'd be tough.
Yeah,
What else do they do that's so darn Hoosier?
Well, probably
They breakfast out of a vending machine.
Yeah, no, you got your Ford 150 tailgate. You put the tailgate down, and you got your Bloody Marys there at 6 o'clock in the morning.
They're tailgating for youth hockey.
Oh yeah.
From a St. Peter's hockey parent, they're starting to text in now. Here we go. From a St. Peter's hockey parent, there is no one more Hoosier than a Merrimack Shark parent. Well, here we go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just say I'm on a Bloody Mary at the hockey rink. Honey, I'm going to go watch some kids play hockey.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's some neck tats and stuff like that, so that's probably where they're coming from.
JR, should the Blues get out to another slow start next year, any chance Monty gets whacked? And Doug, get back here to bed, you rascal, and warm me up? That's from the sick man?
You rascal.
I'm going to defer to Doug on this.
I don't even know the gentleman.
I think Monty is as safe get. I mean, in the hockey world, anybody could be fired. We just saw Patrick Waugh fired with 4 games to go.
A week after Butch Cassidy.
Yeah. But you can tell Monty almost carries him to like he knows I'm in charge here. I'm good.
Yeah, I think so, and I think he should be. I mean, look at the way this team has finished, where they were in the middle of the season. If he didn't have control of the situation, I think you would have seen a bigger version of the team mailing it in. He's teaching these young kids, and they're getting better, and I think that's what the important thing is here. Let's hypothetically say, they're 2-13 after October. There would be big time questions. I don't think he would be in jeopardy. But I think you would get to a point where people would start to wonder what's going to happen, especially because there's going to be so much emphasis put on that start and how they can get off to a good one.
My favorite is when Monty, he cracks himself up. Somebody asked about Jimmy Snuggerud yesterday, and he goes, first of all, he's got a great name. And then he went, and it was a media chuckle, but the coach provided it from his own line. I'm like, well, that wasn't that funny.
Hey, speaking of which, Marty, I got to give stick tap to Marty here. So I'm in the press box last night, 10:30. There's Marty downstairs on the Blues bench, going over his lines. Theater dad, you're going over your lines. I saw you, and then you go live on TV. Doug, you're still on Channel 4, right?
No, I haven't been for like half a decade
You
now.
switched to 5, didn't you?
No.
Non-compete.
Yeah, about 5 years now.
Okay.
But he misses it every day.
I don't miss a second of it.
Yeah, I saw JR were in the room at about 10 o'clock. He said, well, see you tomorrow. We were down there. We were trying to hold him accountable. There is a great Jake Neighbors cut that we'll have later where he talks about, I just said, can you help but think about the games that you gave away, or like the games here, game there that would have made a difference, more or less? And he said, yeah, when we had 4-goal leads, or the last second goals that we gave up to Dallas. And I'm sure these players have been in recent weeks kind of thinking about it.
I haven't heard that. I wouldn't. Do we have that at the at your ready there, Jackie Papers? Spirits of St. Louis cap today?
We'll get to it.
Okay.
But I think it's human nature for those guys to be thinking about, God, we should be a point back or a point ahead because they did just piss away so many opportunities.
Yeah, here's what Jake Neighbors had to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you think back on things. We blew 2 4-goal leads. 3 games against Dallas in the last minute. Those things we're not proud of them, obviously, but that's something that us as a young team with a lot of guys that first year in their league we can learn from. And the start of the season is very important, and it comes down to this time of year. You always look back on points that you wish you could get back. So, but we can't dwell on that. We got 4 or 5 games left here, and we got to put our best foot forward all the way up.
Just a couple of goals here and there can shape an entire season.
Yeah, and you know what? There's nothing you can do about it now. There's nothing you can do about it that night in Detroit. You give up that 4-0 lead. It is what it is. You move on the next day. But it just seems like every year that you finish within 5 points, you start talking about, what could have happened if a couple of games could have been different. And, to me, you got to realize that in the moment. Go back to those games. What could have been different? What could you have been done to shut those games down. And like Jake Neighbor said, learn from that.
JR's thoughts on Carbonneau for next season. That's from the Lone Ranger's sidekick.
Yeah, I like Carbonneau, 50-plus goals this year, and talked to him a couple months ago, and he was working on that defense. Obviously, it's got to be an all-around game to play at this level. I think he's going to show up at camp. I think that probably be pretty impressive because he's got the skill, and the Blues are going to give him a chance because they are going younger. Is there going to be a stretch in the season where that all-around game isn't there and he gets some minor league time? That could be, but I think there's, Tim, you like chances?
Yes, I love probabilities.
There's a 20% chance that Justin Carbonneau could be with the Blue Note next year.
Granite City and East Alton are getting votes for Hoosiers per capita. Does that worry you at all?
I just like that there's more of them so we don't focus on one group.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Carlos Spice Wiener always enjoys your segment, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. Number one, will the NHL give our large market the number one pick like Chicago managed to get for Bedard? And number two, there is nothing worse than a collective group of radioactive Hoosier sports parents outside of St. Louis County proper bringing their cowbells for their third-tier youth team after slamming 3 McGriddles and hash browns. Seems like the second one was more of a thought.
They're radioactive.
Yeah, that Connor Bedard, when he went number one to the Blackhawks, I think you guys are familiar with this. The 4-digit number that decides who gets the pick in that lottery, it's a 4-digit number, was one off of the Blues number. So maybe they did that on purpose.
Of course they did. Just like Cooper Flagg wound up with Dallas right after they traded away Doncic. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Patrick Ewing went to the Knicks way back when.
Yeah.
Same way.
Hey, and Tim, you guys are talking. You had the Walt Kachuk soundbite.
Yes.
I did have a little bit of feedback on why I think hockey parents are a little bit different than.
Okay, what do we got?
Okay, so Doug, when you play ball growing up, you got the same 12 kids, right? You bring your equipment, you practice once a night. Hockey, year to year, you have different teams. You have to try out each year to make the team. So therefore, there's always been a parent who's sending the kids to the extra power skating, the extra camp, the extra this and that. And then when you get there, you just got stock in your kid, not only because of your kid, but financially, you're spending through the roof. And some kids don't make that team, and then now, so I think it adds up, and that's what makes hockey different from the rest of the sports. Yeah,
I don't know, because my kids are so young. I don't know what the scene is. Anytime we bring it up, parents will say it's baseball parent who's the worst, or hockey parent who's the worst, or golf parent who's the worst, or what else? I don't know what else would be.
Theater dad.
Theater dad. Thank you, Martin. So I don't know, but I would agree that the financial investment probably plays a role, maybe even subconsciously, in the psychology of why one might get a little banty in the crowd. Have you borne witness to this?
Yeah, for sure, and probably been a little guilty of it too. It's just that when you go into the start of every season and you don't know if your kid is going to be with his 10 buddies from last year, because everybody's retrying out, and you might not make it, and the kids change skill level from year to year. I think that's a big factor, but the financial part too. But Big Walt put it a little more eloquently than I did.
Jesus. Doesn't it feel like every comment he makes ends with Jesus?
Did I tell you guys when I was at his house working on a story, he said, "Hold on a second, JR," and he took a phone call in the middle of the interview, and he must have dropped about 6 F-bombs while he's on the phone. And I'm just sitting there patiently on the couch next to him. And then he hangs up the phone. He goes, "Sorry, JR, that was my mom."
God bless. Baseball's the worst. Every call, they have an opinion. That's from the Ladue Lawn Boys, saying baseball parent is the worst. I don't know.
I had 3 boys that went through every sport, and there really wasn't many problems at all with any parents in any sport.
But
maybe I got lucky, but there were almost no incidents that I can even think of as, boy, remember when this guy did that? Almost next to nothing.
Yeah, it just didn't happen in the 50s, though. I think.
Oh, you son of a sack ass! Oh, you son of a sack ass!
It's more prevalent today.
Okay.
You picturing Doug coaching lumpy Rutherford and Beavers buddies.
All club parents are the worst. I hate that I ever let my kid play club sports. That's from the 618. I don't think that's a choice, though, in 2026.
No. I
You know
mean,
what I
if they're
mean?
playing sports. It's
You're right.
not.
That's the deal.
I got to tell you, we did some club baseball. You will not get those Saturdays and Sundays of your life back where you just spent hours and hours. And then you look, you got a chair that you've had in your garage, like the lawn chair. And then you look at the guy next to you. He's got like shocks and support system. It's like a lazy boy version. I'm like, God, maybe I should get a new chair.
And in baseball, it's either
hours.
95 degrees or it's raining, and you don't know if you're going to get to play, and the game's delayed. Yeah, that
It's
can get
legit
rough.
though, because like I know that I have to cover Blues games on Saturday night or Sunday afternoon or whatever. But there's a lot of times where if you're off the whole weekend, you finish work on Friday and you do the sports scene all the way till Monday morning. Then you're waking up and getting up for work, and then you go check your bank statement and there's 17 transactions at the concession stand. Like, it's a legit deal.
And my son will be like, Dad, if we lose, we play right away. If we win, we play later. I'm like, oh, for God's sake, just lose.
Some of those girls' volleyball tournaments literally last all weekend.
Yeah.
They start Saturday morning, and they're in these gyms until Sunday night.
Yeah, volleyball dad's got to be on there too. Come on here.
Yeah.
Dance moms are horrible. That's from Marcia's collage program. Marcia's collage program, our Yukon representative here, a Storrs, Connecticut grad, saying dance moms. There's terrible parents in all sports these days, unfortunately. That's from Mahomes' long body.
No, not in the 50s.
Not in the 50s, no. JR brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. JR, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Yeah, anytime. And another good drive out here listening to you guys. I got to listen to the chairman hit on Virginia on the way out here.
Yeah, Virginia kind of Heisman'd him a little bit.
Kind of Heisman, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, she mentioned the 4 kids, and the chairman cut his own mic.
That'll do it. That'll do
Thank
it right
you, Mark.
there. Thank you, JR. JR brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 9:45. It's the Polos Plus dossier. Chairman Kurt is sporting Polos Plus. I'm sporting Polos Plus. Any other Polos Plus papers? What do you got going on?
I got TMA gear on, but not
TMA
Polos Plus.
gear. PolosPlus.com. The great thing about Polos Plus is they work with the best brands, so you can get your small or medium-sized business's logo on top-of-the-line merchandise for your staff. It's polosplus.com, and you enter the promo code TMA, and you get 10% off. If you have any questions whatsoever, you can go right to Andrew Hubbard, a longtime TMA supporter, and email him at andrew@polosplus.com. Just upload your logo. They take care of everything from there. It's Polos Plus, a local company owned and operated by Corey Lawson, with longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard running their sales and marketing campaigns. It's Polos Plus, promo code TMA for 10% off at polosplus.com. 9:07 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
If you've been going to Village Bar for years, like so many have, enjoying the great cheeseburger and just hanging out with friends, such a cool spot. It's been there for, more than a century now. So you've enjoyed the great food, the camaraderie. You've noticed the barn out back. That's the home to 1879 Distilling. But you may have also noticed that blue building just to the east of Village Bar. It's all connected there. That is home to the 1879 General Store. That's where they hold the tastings on the weekends, noon to 5. They've been doing that on Saturdays, the tastings of all 1879 Distilling products. but it's also a bit of a gift shop there for swag with Village Bar on it in 1879. Really a cool spot. That general store looking to be open even more hours as the weather improves. Little seated area out front. So Village Bar, great spot for lunch, dinner, hanging with friends, watching the game. 1879 Distilling, your home for all these award-winning spirits. And on top of all of that, the general store right there, the blue building, is going to be open more hours soon. Wait for more information. But for sure, stop by on Saturdays, noon to 5, to check out the room, the swag. You can buy all your products there. Grab a bottle of 1879 rye or Red Barn vodka. Get it at the general store, all part of the Village Bar.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night to Colorado. Off today. Back in action tomorrow to take on the Winnipeg Jets. Pre-game at 6. Puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Some good perspective here, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanover, Greenwell Strategy sponsor, the 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast throughout the day on 101 ESPN, SCHAEFER door.com. And Jason Gosrow of Schaefer Door is going to be in studio with our winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month and the brand new garage door from Schaefer Door Company. The Poor Film Student in studio on Friday. And the Poor Film Student lives in Southern California. Most of our audience is Southern California, and like Upper East Side in Manhattan.
Yep.
How poor is this guy?
He's got access to a private jet to fly into Spirit just to appear on the show.
Yeah, I think it's average. More of a starving artist kind of situation.
Okay.
Are we flying him in just for this big award?
Yeah.
Do we have that in the budget?
Putting him up.
Yeah.
No.
He's sleeping in the WIL studios.
It'll be nice. It'll be cool.
I enjoy meeting the listeners.
Yeah, we had Alan Daysville in when he won the January prize. He is a delight, and he loves who? Georgia.
Georgia.
Okay. Speaking of which, boy, I can't wait to settle in starting tomorrow. Masties.
Oh, I was thinking college
spring
football.
practice or something.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Doug, I've got a spread zone coming up in a matter of 2 hours in which Riz and Anthony Stalter were at Radio War. I mean, listen, these Radio Wars.
Hot.
Thank you.
What did Stalter say? We're sports adjacent or something?
We scratched the surface.
God, I got to tell you, that's the greatest compliment this program has received.
It's apt.
And we'll have our plays. Papers, are you going to reveal a play?
I said yesterday I like Xander top 10 finish. I like Goddard up in the top 20. I'm going to ride with Xander. I think he can do it. I think he's got the game. I think he's had some success at Augusta.
Well, Doug, his best finish, of course, was a T2 in 2019, also known as the Tiger Woods Masters.
I feel like we have to talk in hushed, reverent tones when we're talking about this tournament.
2021, he was right there, and then
lower your voice.
Thank you.
I believe he hit a shot on 16 in which he clearly chunked it, but on the broadcast they said he hit a wall of wind.
Oh, that's right. I think that was Dottie.
Yeah,
was that Dottie Pepper?
I said
I don't know
when he really
Peppers.
just hit a little bit thick. So I think this could be the year he cracks it.
Shout out to Augusta National for keeping the prices so low on the concessions. I do enjoy seeing that everything is reasonably priced. Doug.
Yeah, that's nice.
Maybe except a ticket to get in, but
I think the ticket to get in from Augusta isn't crazy. It's the secondary market that ups the price like crazy.
I mean, it is nice because how many leagues do you go to? How much more money do you need, you greedy old bastards? And then you go to. I think people think that when they go to an NFL game.
Did you ever say that to the guy at the concession stand?
But you go to Augusta National where they're just swimming in money. We were looking at the member list yesterday, and it has their name, and then next to it, there's like oil and gas, oil and gas,
Some type
real
of-
Why don't we
estate,
get oil and gas?
Well, I
oil
wish
and
we had.
gas. But
There's probably as many guys that are billionaires as not.
But they could easily gouge on all of the concessions, and they don't.
You interested in that pimento cheese sandwich?
That's horrible stuff.
I really like pimento cheese, but I would need something else with it.
Yeah, it's too
to
much.
wash it down? Like a scotch?
No, well, yeah, I'd like a beverage, a cold
Maybe a little
beverage.
pimento on a cracker's okay, but make an entire sandwich out of
But
it?
like a chicken breast or something on the sandwich and then pimento cheese. That sounds pretty tasty, but just pimento cheese on itself?
Yeah.
Probably not.
I assume they sell peanut butter and mayonnaise.
I don't think so.
I bet they would. It's a southern treat.
Yeah. I tried it when you and Kurt were making them one day, and it wasn't as bad as I thought.
No, it's fine.
But it's just tastes like a peanut butter sandwich. I don't really taste the
Kind of.
mayonnaise.
Well, then your ratios weren't correct.
Yeah, that could be the case. I love mayonnaise.
Clip that off. I'm looking at the numbers here for the Masties, and I have to tell you, I am really surprised to see Justin Thomas at plus 7,000. This is not saying going, I think Justin Thomas will win. I'm just saying Justin Thomas at plus 7,000 is alarming.
He's won this year, correct?
What's that?
Didn't he win this year?
I don't believe so. He came out and his debut was awful at the Arnold Palmer, but then he followed it up with a strong performance at the Players. So
Right.
I know he's had his problems at Augusta, but a plus 7,000 for Justin Thomas stands out to me. I mean, you're getting close to the bottom of the field as far as, not getting into the, absurd, Mike Weir, for example, or Danny Willett, those kinds of names. Fred Couples is in that category as well. Jose Maria Olazabal, they're all at plus 100,000. Favorite, of course, Scotty Scheffler. He's at plus 550. Bryson's at plus 1,000. John Rahm plus 1,000. The defending champion, Rory McIlroy, plus 1,300. And Jackson's pick, Xander Schauffele, plus 1,500. The azaleas. They're my favorite.
They have flowers, a lot of courses.
Doug, will you be watching? Are you going to talk to anybody over the next 4 days?
Are you telling me that you need to stop talking to people to watch this darn tournament?
I mean, I just text with my wife.
Raise my voice.
Bring down the meatloaf. That's it.
Ma, the meatloaf.
Wonderful. I won't be eating meatloaf during this entire
You're lost,
tournament.
man.
Thank you, Jackson.
Meatloaf and pimento cheese, and that sounds like a sandwich.
That's a sandwich?
Sure, I'd put that on a sandwich. You have to cut the meatloaf a little thinner.
I don't want pimento cheese on there at all.
Doug, this is Bryson's year. That's from Mahomes' long body.
Could well be. But it's hard to ever think that anybody's going to beat Scheffler until you.
Has Bryson's image been totally reshaped? Is he not a villain anymore?
I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I'm intrigued by it in a significant way. That he went. I don't even know if I would call him villain so much as people would pick on him. And then I guess because of YouTube, is this right, Jackson?
Yeah, I would say that's a huge factor in it.
But his personality, I don't know how his personality's necessarily changed.
I've said this before, but like the thing after he won the U.S. of Pinehurst, where he was like making sure to go around to all the fans and do the thing where he's like,
they could hold the trophy.
It just seemed to me like a guy who's been PR trained to flip the image on him a little bit.
But it doesn't really look phony. He looks like he's having a great time with it all.
Jackson didn't agree with you. That was my read right
Not
there,
to
just so
me.
you know.
You got a shoulder shrug.
Not to me.
He mugs and shoulder shrugs.
To me, he looks like he's the nicest guy on the tour.
And he very well
Jackson
might be. I don't know him.
Why do you hate this
I've never
gentleman?
met him, but I don't feel like
Is he going to come in studio when they come to Belle Reve here in a few months?
Probably not.
Okay.
You think it's fabricated a little
Yes.
bit. You do. Because like the
Choreographed.
classic was Brooks Koepka talking and then Bryson clanking his cleats in the background, walking behind her.
Yeah.
And Koepka looked like he was about to go beat him
Yeah.
up.
And
that was the ultimate, like, this guy's just annoying.
Right.
Maybe he's matured.
And maybe that's so. I'm not saying like I don't have anything against Brooks.
Doug, ask him, why do you hate Bryson DeChambeau?
I have nothing against Bryson DeChambeau. I've watched some of his YouTube stuff, and he seems like he seems like he has such a passion for the game, and he's so into it. It just seems all a little bit too much for me.
I wonder if any of it initially was because it looked like a guy that was just hitting with brute strength, that he's not really the golfer the rest of us is. He's just a guy who can hit the ball.
Yeah. I
like strong men?
I think my history precedes itself with that. I like a strong man.
Cut that off.
What in the world?
You can't ask me, you don't like a strong man, expect me not to answer. What I'm saying is, and I don't have anything against him, I don't dislike him, but like to me, the whole thing about like him, the image flip just seemed a little fabricated.
Too soon, too quick.
Just like it was a real effort on that part. And if that's the case and it's genuine, then I respect that. But to me, it doesn't seem that way.
He and Rory played the entire 18 and didn't speak last year, right? But then Jay Delsey said that happens all the time.
And Rory has talked about that. He's like, yeah, I want to focus. I want to try to win. That's how I do it. If other guys can talk and hang out during it and still remain focused, good on them. But that's not how I operate.
What would you be talking about? Like, see that Lakers game last night?
Right.
I mean, it's not like you're going to have general banter anyway.
Why does Jackson hate hot white men? Thank you. That's from Steven.
I just talked about Callum Turner and how jealous I am of him.
And you like Barry Keoghan?
Love Barry Keoghan.
But you really like a man with strong hands.
Or not.
Okay.
Or not.
They either have strong hands or not strong hands, and you still like them.
How about this from Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute? Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute. I actually would like to request that you call in 314-974-0101. He says, I shot a YouTube video with Bryson last year for his channel. He's very awkward and he does seem forced. I lean towards Jackson's thought.
Interesting.
How about that? How about this Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute?
Videographer?
First-hand
You can
take,
be both awkward and still be a really nice guy. Some people just aren't real smooth.
Again, I don't know him, so for me to say he's a nice or mean guy, I couldn't say one way or another. All I'm saying is it seemed like his thing after the U.S. Open at Pinehurst seemed really fabricated.
What if you just never know? Doug seems folksy and polite on this show, but boy, the mics are off.
It's brutal. Behind the scenes here during commercial breaks, we run for the hallways so we don't get yelled at.
I don't want people to know.
Doug had me doing wall sits in that break.
Walls. I think the chairman was doing a wall sit during JR's visit. Forced wall sit. Oh, somebody's calling Tim. Is this?
Maybe it's Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute. Look at this guy. Doug, this guy's a YouTube videographer extraordinaire joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute who shoots Bryson DeChambeau YouTube videos. Good morning, Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute.
Good morning, pretty gentlemen.
Nice.
No, so I actually didn't. I'm not the videographer. I was actually in one of the videos. I'm a talent like Doug on this show.
What do you do?
By talent, I was on. He did a video last year, if you remember the one where the dude got the hole in one over his house. That rings a bell.
I remember that.
Yeah, he's put up something on Instagram a few weeks before that, being like, "Hey, if anybody's in the Dallas area and is interested in shooting content for my YouTube, fill out this thing on this like Gmail sheet." So I filled it out with like name, handicap, stuff like that. And then he Instagram DM'd me the night before. So I went down there and met him, and I had one of the challenges in that video, didn't know what it was. Showed up, and it was a chipping contest between him and I. And
how'd that go?
I didn't know what type of chipping contest, so I was like, oh, grab a wedge. It's going to be a chipping contest. Turns out it was just like 3 feet off the green. I definitely should have Texas wedged it. Would have certainly been more my play. So he had one attempt. I had 3 in the video. His first, he put it to about 6.5 feet. I duffed my first one like a jackass, and then the second one I was about a foot out from it, and the third one I was 12, 13 feet past. So took an L. If I would have won, it was for $1,000 on the chip.
Wow. You kind of choked, didn't you, Fatty?
I choked a big time. We like to watch it anytime we get some cocktails going and everybody makes fun of me.
So we can watch this on YouTube right now?
Yeah, you could go pull it up.
All right.
Does it start with, does he have a yellow car that's an underdog car? Is that the video I'm looking at?
No, it was something where what did he do? It was the one where it's like hit a hole in one over my house, get him $100,000, something like that. And so I showed up, and his whole crew is like in an Escalade and things there. But it's kind of going back to what Jackson said, the reason for the call. Like even when he was off camera, it just felt like, hey man, like how you doing, this and that, and not like a real conversation per se. But overall, it was a really cool experience to be able to do that. And yes, you get really nervous when there's a bunch of cameras filming you and people watching, and you have to hit a chip, and you haven't touched a club in 4 months, and then you duff the first one, and you feel real.
Would you say it was a little more of a, like he wasn't rude to you or anything? It was just more of a vibe you picked up?
Seriously, he was super, super nice. I think going back to what Jackson said, like, oh, really nice guy, great to meet you, this and that, but it felt a little, I don't know, maybe a little forced in a sense of just being like, oh, I have to act like this because there's people around I don't know and they need to think this is me. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. And again, it's not like I'm like coming at it from like this. He seems like a bad person. I don't know him. He probably seems like a good person. I just think like his whole recent run has been a kind of concerted effort to be like more personable, and to me that just falls flat.
I would certainly agree with you, Jackson. Let's chalk this one up as a W for you for today.
Jackson got the win.
I don't know.
Are you living in Dallas?
Well, you want this guy to treat you like he's your best friend? He just met you.
I live in Denver, so I was able to scoot down. That's why I filled it out. Because I'm like, oh, my brother lives there.
Timmy scooted down from Denver.
I'll just cruise down Denver to Dallas way via Southwest and see what the word is.
The word.
Okay.
Sharon in Clayton says you're a fat in the background of the video. Is that right?
That's kind of what the vibe I'm picking up too. Jeez.
No, I'd say, no, not fat.
Not chubby.
I could probably lose 10, but my numbers here, we're clocking at about 6'3", 218.
Doug, he's a tall drink of water. You like your man tall?
No, I don't like men at all.
Jackson likes a strong man.
That's a good build.
Not what you said last night, Doug.
Down.
There it is.
He called in and he got you.
Just for that.
He called in and he got you.
The whole story was made up just to get to that.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's Daniel Day-Lewis caliber material there. Then
Scooted down to Dallas from Denver. I want to know why are you listening to us in Denver? But God bless.
Jackson, quit hating Bryson for marketing himself. He's a patriot. That's in caps. And a swell lad. That's from the Merrimack Shark. Who's your daddy?
Maybe he just got more comfortable being a big star and decided, hey, I can make some money if I do this and that and the other. Increase my brand.
Yeah, I'm open to being wrong about this.
I don't know how you could look at the guy and say, boy, I sure don't like him, because he comes off as just the nicest guy out there.
I didn't say I didn't like him. I never said that.
And your hatred for the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, no. You're right back into your news days.
You're siding with
narratives.
With this fat who couldn't get a putt within 13 feet of the cup.
I get that. That would actually, I would rather hit 5 drives off a tee than go out there and try to hit 3 chips with no warm up or anything. I'd much rather do that and try to hit as far as I can, a long drive contest rather than a closest chip contest coming in dry like that with all those cameras.
You think you'd chunk it?
Yeah, for sure. It's such a
bring out a 60 or something?
No, I would probably Texas wedge it.
Oh, you would Texas? Well, then what, you're going to chunk a putt?
No, I'm saying if he was hey, you can chip this, you can do whatever you want. I'd just be probably best. I can't really mess up too badly with a putt, or at least it won't look that bad.
Doug, would you suggest he takes out the pitching wedge as opposed to the 60 or 58, and why he just treats it like a putt and just lets it trundle onto the green toward that pin?
I don't know.
Yeah, but you can thin that too, and then you thin it and you get no spin on it.
Putt. Well, you sure don't want to get in a driving competition with Bryson DeChambeau.
Certainly not. I would lose that, but I could at least look better. Even if you blow it right, it's not that big a deal. Whereas if you chunk a chip or you thin it, it looks really weak.
Why does everyone call in to sexually harass Doug? Is it because he terrorizes Jackson with nipple clamp play during commercial breaks?
No.
That's from Carney. Is that Carney Wilson? She was in Wilson Phillips?
I assume it is.
He's on to something.
Yeah.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com because we've got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in about 15 minutes. That's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I deep teased this. There is an outcry on a well-known baseball podcast for Wilson Contreras to be suspended for his song and dance. That's coming up. Nathan Church on his moment in the sun offensively last night. Then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Roof maintenance is now a regular part of home ownership. The days of waiting for a hailstorm and paying your deductible are over. And that's where Roof Restore can help you out. Online at notanewroof.com. That's notanewroof.com. They can save you tens of thousands of dollars by working with them. And you say, okay, well, what is it that they do? It's a great question. Let me tell you, because I had them over to my house. Michael Mahoney came by the house and checked out our roof to begin the process of getting Roof Restore's maintenance. What they do is they come by with their proprietary service with a free assessment to see if your roof's a candidate, then a free roof tune-up where they address common maintenance issues such as nail pops, broken or rotted pipe collars, flashing issues, and then they apply their bio-based Roof Restore Shingle Rejuvenator, which resaturates the shingles, adding back critical oils while restoring strength and flexibility, all while restoring the roof's performance and appearance to like new. That saves you from having to get a new roof, and that is not going to be covered by insurance. So that's what Michael means when he says those days are over. Save tens of thousands of dollars by going to notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF. Call them today to see if your roof is a candidate, and save your roof and save your money by going to notanewroof.com and work with Roof Restore. so good. It's TMA 101 ESPN. What will the crowds look like this weekend? Temperatures will be warm. I do see precipitation in the forecast. Now, you go to the iPhone forecast, Doug, and you see rain. 75% chance of rain on Saturday when those Boston Red Sox will be in town. But then you go and you look, and you click on that precipitation tab on the forecast, and it's going to rain at like 1 in the morning. Maybe a half an inch at the most. So then the rest of the day is clear, but people see that, and they go, oh, it's going to rain. So you got to do a little deeper dive into it. Will more people be apt to come to a game? I think part of an attendance increase could be that, number one, it's warmer, but number two, it's the Boston Red Sox, and even though they're struggling, they have brand equity with baseball fans, and we're still mad about 2013 and 2004.
And you got Wilson Contreras, his big return.
Sonny Gray. No, I don't think he's. I think he's pitching today, so he's going to avoid it. But Wilson Contreras, I'd like to think. I mean, I hope the standing ovations for at least 10 minutes.
And if not in the post game, like, I'm very upset with the fans here. I'm going to get back at them. Just have like an ultimatum.
Now, we could have an awkward spot, though. What if he gets suspended, as Eric Kratz is calling for on, where do we have this, the Foul Territory podcast?
Yeah, this is Eric Kratz and also Trevor May, former pitcher.
And you don't like Eric Kratz because he wears a fitted ball cap backwards?
I love his takes. I really like Foul Territory, but yeah, the backwards fitted cap is not a great look, in my opinion.
So I have to listen.
No, but you got a snapback. That looks good.
You're fine, Martin.
Although you look like the Steve Buscemi meme of like the "Hello, kids."
Wow. You like seeing the top inch and a half of a gentleman's forehead?
Only if it's Lindy Ruff.
It's a catcher look, but I think he was a catcher, so in fairness. So, but it's a catcher look to do that. You look like Turtle from like early seasons of Entourage, which
Turtle
is a look.
Jerry Ferrara.
Okay.
Hasn't done a whole lot, has he?
No, he's probably done the most of the cast, of the main cast, the main four.
What's he done?
He was in Power, the Showtime show Power.
Okay.
And he's now like the head of the Knicks esports team, which you can chuckle, but that probably pays pretty well.
Doug, don't chuckle.
I didn't laugh at all.
You were thinking about it.
I wasn't.
Here's Eric Kratz.
They're two-faced. A lot of those hit-by pitches are inside pitches that he's not getting out of the way of. Is he sick of getting hit? For sure. But Wilson Contreras goes into the game and he's like, they're going to hit me. The very first pitch that's way inside with runners on second and third, if they're going to put him on, you can just... He went in, and he said he went in and did this. He said he went to get one of them. I'm going to get one of them. And he went in and he put a cleat right in Hamilton's calf. If you go back and watch this replay, he is under complete control. He went in. He was trying to do damage. And the only reason I can say that for certain is because that was his exact quote. And if Major League Baseball does not come back and have some type of suspension for this, some type of fine for this, then they're two-faced. You should get suspended for an intentional cleat to the calf that ripped Hamilton's pants.
You get hit 131 times in your career. You do something that makes guys throw on the inside of the plate to you. You see a guy that leans over the plate, you know the scouting report on him, you know that we got to bust him in. It's one of those things like, we're going to work him in, we're going to work him in, we're going to work him in. He gets hit a few times. He reacts the way he does. He's a high emotion guy. It's one of those things like, we're not trying to hit you, but if we do, we don't really feel that bad.
There he is.
Okay.
I think all of that is true. He's crowding the plate, and he also gets under the skin of I think they have no problem, like, going inside, like, if I hit him, I hit him. That's
Buzz in the
Contreras.
tower.
What did Yelich call it? We've seen this skit for 10 years. He was one of my favorite guys to talk to the last couple of years because he is so emotional. He's a great teammate. He gets a little banty at times. Gets a little fired up. But didn't he say yesterday or the Monday night, like, people are going to pay? Like, it was.
Yeah, his message was,
like,
if they
Terminator.
do it again, I'm coming. Like, I'm going to take one of your guys out.
It was like Schwarzenegger-esque.
Yeah, it's like, and the guy's pants was just a giant tear in his pants because Contreras came in late there.
But when you threaten to take somebody out, you're also threatening the pitchers. You better not throw an inside pitch to me.
Right. Right. If it were to happen, he did something that would be used against him because then you're like, well, you're premeditated essentially.
There was a fight last night. See that?
Yeah. Jorge Soler, former Brave, going up against Brave starter Reynaldo Lopez. And he squared him up is what he did, Doug. He squared him up.
Hit him in the face with the baseball. He had the baseball in his hand and swung down and hit him with the baseball. I've never seen that before.
I haven't either.
Looked like he got him on like the Bluetooth side of the helmet, the face guard.
Yeah. Wynn almost got hit in the head, too. You see that?
Yeah.
His helmet flew off and the ball hit the helmet.
Yeah. He was good, though. He got right back up and said, I'm good.
Because the ball didn't hit him.
Right.
Nathan Church with the big home run last night. Cardinals down 2 in the 8th inning. Probably, well, I don't know. Youngry might be the least likely to do it. But Nathan Church goes yard. Here is Chip Carey's call of the home run that tied things up in Washington.
8th and 0 for 8 on the road trip. Swing and a high fly to right. Weimer retreats, still going back. Look at that ball. Carey to the wall. It is gone. Look at Church celebrate a game-tying homer. That's how you break it over. The Cardinals have come back.
Nothing screams, I didn't think it was going to be a home run like the beginning of the pacing of that call. He thought it was just going to be a routine. Doug, would you call it a can of corn?
Well, maybe hit a little bit better than a can of corn. It certainly wasn't a Baltimore chop.
I didn't think Walker's was going to go out either. I think that was kind of, but based on the center fielder's route to the ball, I was like, that's going to be caught maybe on the track. But yeah, it was clearly carrying.
What if Chip's defense was, it's Nathan Church? I didn't expect him to hit a home run.
Didn't fair.
Yeah, that's fine. Because I heard Chip's call and I'm like, crap, I thought he might have gotten that. And then it just kept carrying and carrying and carrying. And who's the guy who doesn't get to play against left-handed pitchers but can hit for the Nationals? I know this is obscure, Doug. Fantasy baseball, I'll turn to you on this. Luis something or another. He pinch hit in the 9th. I think so. I thought his off the bat was gone in the 9th.
Oh, it was Soriano on the mound? Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I thought that was gone. And I'm like, this is going to suck.
Nice walk-off, right?
Yeah, but that stays in the park. The Cardinals rally, and it looked like it was going to be a bigger rally in the 10th, but a diving play kept it to 2 runs. Cardinals get out of there with a Riley O'Brien save, and now with Miles Michaelis on the mound for Washington and McGreevy on the mound for the Cardinals, a chance to take 2 of 3, go 3-3 on the road trip before coming home day off tomorrow and taking on the Red Sox on Friday. So there you go. As the Cardinals get the comeback win last night with Nathan Church leading the way with the game-tying home run and Jordan Walker continuing to flash with another home run, his 4th on the season. He had 6 in all of 2025. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is coming up here on the program. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It is sponsored by 100 West Dental, 100 West Dental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. Dr. Brandon Pryor, longtime TMA advertiser. Right now, he's offering complimentary consultations for TMA listeners. If you're tired of the jagged look of your teeth, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. They couldn't make it any easier. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. He's my guy. Go to 100westdental.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Next on the polosplus.com dossier. This is the morning after. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football, and it's back at the Dome for 2026. They'll be back on Sunday. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips, plus an order of potato wedges, and a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. With this deal, you can get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. You can get the Battle Hawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. Again, 4 famous hand-bread chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battle Hawks tickets for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. That's the Battle Hawks partnering with Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
What's the theme today, Papers?
Today's Matt Healy, he of the 1975. Yeah. It's his birthday today. I really like this song.
It's related to Jeff Healy?
It's about a cuck sitch, though.
For sure.
And that's
Well-
your thing? I'm not going to kink shame. Hey, man, that's cool.
You're like a
More
strong man.
More about love lost, you know. But
Well, I
I
mean,
guess
that's cock.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly cuck adjacent.
I think that's cuck cock. Cuck cuck goose.
Well, he hates to see you with somebody else.
Or there would be cock.
Well, that's
Right.
more of like a cuck of the mind. Like in his mind, he sees you with somebody.
so it's
else.
not
If
an
you
action
get
of the mind.
cheated on, and now you see your former significant other, Lindy Ruff, whomever, with someone else,
Right.
you're not enjoying it.
Well,
That's what Doug, do you call him Matty Healy?
I don't.
But you're saying, Papers, it's the idea that it could
Right.
happen.
What if there was like a TSN article where it was like Lindy Ruff spotted with St. Louis radio producer?
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
We've seen NFL head coach
I was gonna say, yeah.
spotted with NFL reporter.
Right.
Have you guys all seen that?
Yeah.
No.
Is that
You haven't?
real?
What was
It's in
that?
the New York Post, which doesn't mean it's real.
Yeah,
But
it's not passing the smell test for me.
Oh, is that right?
I
You think it's all AI?
No, I don't think it's AI. I just don't know if
Nothing
it's like
to it, you
what
mean?
people are saying about it is all that accurate.
Well, what do they say?
Well, then I hope that they litigate the hell out of
I
him
would-
if
I-
that's the case.
Yeah, I would think some.
So here, the story. Well, I got to read it from the New York Post.
And these are people that are in the public eye. These are not private
Yes.
citizens.
Right.
So Doug I was completely oblivious to this. I enjoy living in oblivion. Doug, is that
I have never heard the word, but I'll let it go.
obliviousness?
Oblivii?
I didn't see it until yesterday evening. Jackson, do you have the story up? I'm scanning for it, and I want to try to give the people the story. Doug in particular.
Yeah.
Because he's here in the Stiefel studios with us. But I want to make sure it's in the New York Post. I don't want to just say, yeah, I saw it on the Twitter tweets.
Is page 6 New York Post?
It is I believe they own page 6.
Okay.
I see they've got a story about billionaire David Geffen, 83, finally settles nasty divorce with 32-year-old boy toy.
Cut that off.
That's one of their
I
headlines.
think just Doug reading it. Can we have more of those headlines for Doug to read?
Oh, a pop-up ad has taken over my entire...
Yeah, that's the
here it is. I see it now.
All right, here you go. Here it's in the New York Post. Doug, written by old Ollie Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, when Ollie Coleman comes around, you know he's going to be a typing.
Was he in school with Al?
I could see
Fornicola?
that. I could see that. Exclusive photos obtained by Page 6 appear to show the New England Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and the New York Times head NFL writer Diana Rossini getting close, Doug. In the exclusive photos show them holding hands and hugging at a luxurious hotel. Vrabel and Diana Rossini, a former anchor on ESPN Sports Center, who now holds the official title of Senior NFL Insider at the Gray Lady Sports Publication. Do you like that? The Gray Lady
I
Sports
don't care for
Publication?
it, no.
The Athletic were spotted 2 weekends ago in Arizona at a boutique resort. And then there are pictures of them together. So Jackson, what doesn't pass the smell test here for you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because you've already called out Bryson DeChambeau in this 9 o'clock hour, not passing your smell test.
I wouldn't say it's more so. I need more. I'm going to need more information. I'm going to need like this. To me is I think people are extrapolating a lot, which understandably so. But I'm going to need more.
You're like Joel Hofer. Nothing is getting past you.
Right. Like I like a pretty
So do you think the photos are doctored?
No, I don't necessarily think that's the case. But I don't know if these photos alone.
There was a family death. And
I don't know if these photos alone are the smoking gun that the internet thinks it is.
Well, is there
They
anything
are.
inappropriate about it? I mean, two people met each other. They like each other. They
Appropriate is in the eye of the beholder, I guess.
Well, I think they're both married.
That's correct.
Oh, they are to
Yes,
someone
that's
else.
correct.
Oh, well, that
Doug,
would be
I'm not going to kink shame if you're fine with that. I don't
Hey,
know.
listen,
It's not my thing.
I mean, I've been preaching the virtues of ethical non-monogamy for years here on this program. I think it's kind of our bailiwick, along with stock tips.
Yeah.
We've really cut our teeth in that.
I'm still shaken by David Geffen's divorce to the boy toy.
Cut that off.
Yeah.
So yeah, I you got that whole situation now. Both Rossini and Vrabel insist that they were with friends and say they simply weren't visible in the pictures. A source close to Rossini says she was staying at the hotel during a hiking trip with 2 female friends, and one of Vrabel's friends told Page 6 that they and the coach drove up to Sedona for the day with another pal, and that they all drove back to their own hotel some 2 hours away after hanging out with Rossini and her gang. But 3 other eyewitnesses told us that they did not see anyone else with Vrabel and Rossini and asked if the Patriots head coach visited the hotel with a group of friends. One eyewitness said, quote, no, he was with a girl. And our sequence of photographs taken at various points during the day show only Vrabel and Rossini. So that is the New York Post. It's great that everybody that the New York Post quotes is always a friend of the source.
Yeah, inside sources, right?
Doug, what an industry.
I mean, like there's a picture on page 6 of Mike Vrabel walking around the pool with his shoes off, holding his shoes, and it said Vrabel seemed in an easygoing mood, according to fellow guests. This is why it's not passing the smell test to me. It's like man goes to pool is the headline to me.
And the way the psychology of this is everyone, I think. I don't say everyone, but I think the majority of people, especially if you were raised where what you read you believed, is the way the headline frames a story, is the way that the brain subconsciously receives it, and therefore now that is the case that needs to be disproven. And then even when it is disproven, it doesn't get near the amount of room on the stage than the initial inaccuracy. And I'm not saying one way or the other on this. I'm just saying now Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, if they are indeed innocent and were hanging out with friends as they are, or at least their quote-unquote friends are claiming, now they've got to navigate this. Later in the story, it's also mentioned that Rossini was accused by the wife of the former Washington Commanders GM of having an affair with her husband. She tweeted that out. It's always a good strategy. I think family law says, if you can, send that out on a Twitter tweet. And so that was something that happened a decade ago in 2015. Rossini weathered a controversy when the wife of Washington GM Scott McClellan publicly accused Rossini and McClellan of having an affair after the reporter broke a story about Kirk Cousins replacing Robert Griffin III as the Redskins' starting quarterback. The wife of McClellan reportedly wrote on Twitter, quote, I'm pretty sure this info is coming from my husband to his new side chick, Diana.
Oh, gosh.
Then Jessica deleted the tweet, that's the wife, and her account, and apologized to Rossini. Quote, I deeply apologize for the disparaging remarks about an ESPN reporter on my personal Twitter account. The comment was unfounded and inappropriate, and I have the utmost respect for both the reporter and ESPN. I regret that my actions have brought undeserved negative attention to the Redskins organization and its leadership. My comments in no way reflect the opinions or attitudes of the organization, and I regret that my behavior has in any way negatively impacted the team and its loyal fan base, end quote. ESPN also defended its reporter in a statement saying, Diana is an excellent reporter who should never have to be subjected to such vulgar comments. We are obviously extremely disappointed by today's developments. So that is the history of what happened a decade ago, and now you have this story.
Yeah.
Has Vrabel commented at all?
Well, his friends have.
But this is the Streisand effect where if you get involved, then it becomes bigger, right? If you ignore it, maybe it'll go away.
Vrabel's been married for 25 years. Rossini's been married for 6 years.
And she hasn't directly. Her friends have commented.
Correct.
Friends close to the
David
situation.
Geffen is worth $9.3 billion, and the boy toy did not sign a prenup, and he wants a piece of that bounty.
No matter what, Doug is going to get us back to David
There's
Geffen.
a picture of the boy toy with a cowboy hat and shorts, black shoes, and black socks.
Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, you were wearing that down spring training.
Yeah. He wants a piece of the money. Oh, he's going to walk away with $1 billion.
Sharon and Clayton not commenting on the boy toy situation for David Geffen, but just Arizona in general. Sedona is the bomb. I recommend that for a vacation. Beautiful and lots of awesome hiking, spiritual experiences if you allow it.
Oh, I've heard that it's really nice. I just don't get a vacation out of walking. Is hiking, is that really a vacation? I guess it is for some.
Well, it goes back to the old some people like some things.
I guess. I want to do something.
Not my scene. It's not my scene, but I have friends who absolutely live for it. Like to smoke chronic at picnics and just walk amongst nature.
Yeah, I think a lot of people probably
Sedona is beautiful. Red Rock territory. I worked in Flagstaff. It was just about an hour down the road there.
Nobody cares, Sharon. Thanks.
Oh,
it's a big show. He's frustrated by her text.
Kind of off topic, but you just said something about your days in Flagstaff. And this is more, I'm kind of stepping on Ken Strode's corner about talking about my dreams. But I had a vivid dream last night that Martin was the head teacher of a journalism class, like a whole cohort. And he had like 20 students walking around spring training, teaching them the ropes about journalism. And I really was entertained by it when I woke up. And I wish I could go back.
So I was teaching them how to conduct themselves.
You were like a professor of journalism.
Did I have a box of donuts?
You were very frustrated with your students' questions.
Oh, okay.
And their conduct.
That would probably be.
It was really funny. And I was like, now I want Martin to actually do that.
Now the boy toy.
Oh, here we go.
He's a former go-go dancer.
The shirt you're talking about, I've seen the look he's wearing. It's a white suit, but shorts, and then a mesh black top.
Yeah, it's just horrendous.
How did they meet?
And David Geffen.
Senior center? How did they meet?
Yeah, kind of. He does look like somebody's grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he likely is.
He's going to lose. He may lose half of his $9 billion fortune to this go-go dancer.
Does he have any heirs, Doug? Does David Geffen have a family?
Well, I doubt it. No, I
sure?
would doubt it.
Could have switched over.
Well, they tied the knot in a private ceremony in Beverly Hills in 2023, and already things have gone sour.
Oh, no, that quickly?
Yeah, that's
what are friends
disappointing.
saying?
It's always friends. A friend close to. All right, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Nationals today at 3:05 p.m. is their first pitch with Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was in their SportsCenter update, brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Well, Doug, if you want it, I got it. It's the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day.
Okay. All right. Let me get the book out here.
Darren, Ken, Tim, Doug, Jackson. Been meaning to hit send on this email for a while, but things got busy. Looking for a little advisory in my new sales job, hoping your combined years of experience might help. My girlfriend's husband recently started a new sales job, and he goes out a few nights a week.
Girlfriend's husband.
My girlfriend's husband recently started a new sales job, and he goes out a few nights a week for what he says is, quote, networking or work events. Our girl stays at home with the kids and me, and she's usually really tired by the end of the day. On the plus side, he isn't around as much to, quote, watch, but it's really drained her working full-time and now having to take care of the household. It is nice he's actually working now, and I don't have to pay for everything. I'm not mad, but I'm just curious if this is normal for sales jobs. I can't say I'd completely like things to go back to how they were, but if he could be around more to help out around the house, I'd appreciate it. I don't have a socket set, and sometimes I need to use his ladder. That's from a deeply nuanced HR leader.
Deeply nuanced HR leader. He's new.
Jackson's sad and depressing explanation of his inability to grow a middle school beard. Where the chin and head are connected via the sideburns was the Sarah McLachlan moment of today's show. Doug, that's when you see the pets that haven't been rescued and they play into the arms of the angel.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's what was Jackson's comment about the isthmus of your sideburns and your beard.
But I shave it. I can
Don't
do
shave it.
I
Let
can
it
do it
go.
well.
Why are you shaving it? I don't
Nobody
get
does that.
I don't like long sideburns.
You want a definition
What am I, a
of where the
70s detective?
Looks like a beard, not sideburns.
So what do you shave with? A razor?
Razor.
A straight edge, right?
No, a electric razor.
Okay. So then do you have guards on it?
No.
Well, so
I lost the guard pack.
Do you want me to come over and trim you?
I need someone to let me borrow their guards.
Yes, I'd be happy to.
I'm trying to like eyeball it and like shallow cut.
just
It's not
let it
going
go.
great.
That's the issue. Yeah, you
Right.
guard. So like on
think
this
you're overthinking it.
on this beard, I'm 4 guard here, I'm 3 guard here, I'm 2 guard here, I'm 1 guard here.
Yeah.
And then Doug, here's my little Hitachi magic wand.
no.
I buzz around the ears.
I'm essentially left with just a 56 degree, and I have to open and close the face as I want.
No.
Yeah.
Let's get you the gap wedge.
I need.
And that's going to fill the gap of the
I need a gap and
sideburns.
probably a lob.
Doug, that was the Sarah McLachlan moment today. All I heard was into the eyes of the angel, while Jackson espoused his facial hair follies. Well, papers, cry no more. Now available in the 21st century, minoxidil. It's the cat's meow, buddy. A dab'll do ya on your Grand Canyon of missing face fur. You'll soon be glowing in a pale blonde full beard reminiscent of old St. Nick. Will you be dressing in all red and inviting strange kids to sit on your lap next December? Let's hope not, but there will be less bitching and more sports in the AM. You betcha. Cheers, that's from Bro Fallon. Furry, friendly, and fitting to flex.
Bro Fallon.
I'm way ahead. I'm on minoxidil.
It's
And
right next to the-
finasteride. It's a
next to
full
the
court
AD,
press.
It's next
Really?
to the Advil. It's all in one little
Yeah, my fruit
pill
salad.
box.
Morning, gentlemen. Our lively discussion of youth athletics made me yearn for the days when you would roll into an old wooden gymnasium for basketball and the dads would gather around the beer taps and throw back a few cold ones while the boys had a barn burner of a game. Now we fast forward to a time where the moms try out yoga pants and Stanley Cups, try to out Stanley Cup one another, and the dads slick their tribal hair down with so much product Danny Zuko would be proud. Much like tribal warfare in the Indian nations, parents draw lines of loyalty to their teams as vicious as a Lakota Sioux war party. Hayden, Jaden, and Braden can barely hit the strike zone, but yes, spend thousands of dollars, and I'm sure he'll go D1. Also, yelling at the 19-year-old kid umpiring is really going to help the rumors that your cup is full of Tito's and your Xanax script continues to go up. Hopefully someday we will return to the simplicity and heart of Rudy Rudiger and play for the love of the game. Cheers, and God bless America. Mongo.
Mongo.
Hey, boys. Great show today. Got a lot to talk about. Any hoodles, let me tell you about my high school janitor. His name was Horace. Horace loved to clean. He loved to clean up so much he loved to make a mess. One day, me and my friend Gary were playing stickball after school when Horace approached us. Hey, boys, can you come help me out in the handicap stall?
This is Kevin Miller, isn't it?
No, actually.
Okay.
We followed him into the stall only to see a brown bass laying on the floor, and judging by the size, it was a largemouth.
No.
Horace told us that his hand was hurt, so he couldn't grab it, but judging by where his fist went...
Okay, that's enough. Who was it, Tim?
Warren County Wizard.
Warren County Wizard, you just got yourself suspended. You got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time. Your name, as we speak, is going into the appliance discounters suspension logule. It doesn't feel good. It's not designed to. Mine is not a lenient form of jurisprudence.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the Warren County Wizard.
How long is he in there, Doug? A couple days?
Yeah, 2 days' time.
Yeah, appliance discounters. John Denise Bradley. TheApplianceDiscounters.com. Good morning. I have decided to only email in on days where Tim does and says incredible things. Suffice it to say today, it's obvious to everybody, today is one of those days. But this email is about my future side piece. I've been meaning to tell you, I've got this feeling that won't subside. I look at you and I fantasize. You're mine tonight. Now I've got you in my sights with those khaki thighs.
Oh.
Is that a take on Eric Carmen's Hungry Eyes from Dirty Dancing?
I don't know. I didn't pick up on it.
One look at them and I can't disguise. You've got khakied thighs. Doug, that's from Juan,
Kevin
and then his last
Miller.
name. Nope, this is actually a guy named Juan, and then his last name's Nightstand.
Juan Nightstandy, I think is how he pronounces it.
The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. Well, not really, but the Cardinals not being terrible is the biggest story in town as our Redbirds came from behind to beat the Natitude 7-6. Sure, they were wearing red hats and playing in front of an empty stadium, but this club is fun to watch, and we will rally around low expectations, and we will keep live betting the over. Meanwhile, in St. Louis, the clock struck midnight on the Blues Sunday charge as Valerie Nishushkin and the Avalanche said, we'll spare you the humiliation of getting swept in the first round. You can go ahead and book your tee times for the offseason. Somewhere in a place called Frisco, Texas, our Battlehawks lost a game that most people didn't realize was going on by a score of 31-15. And what's the media in this town talking about? Some unfunny comedy sketch from 35 years ago where an adult man pretending to be a naked, dim-witted child who showed the audience his drawings, then scolded them for looking at his bum. Simon wasn't funny then. He's less funny now.
Oh.
While we're replaying the audio only of copyrighted 35-year-old sketches, I'd like to request the It's Pat sketch where Pat gets stranded on a deserted island with Harvey Keitel, who notes in his journal, it's been almost a month since Pat arrived on the island. We've had sex 8 times, but I still don't know what Pat is. Doug, that's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast.
Buck Swope, we haven't heard from him in a while.
Drawings.
Simon. And he's not happy that Jackson played the sketch.
We played a good few minutes of that. We might have an ASCAP violation there.
Talk about touching on a surprising nerve today. As a reluctant theater dad, I was aggressively thrown into the fine arts after my ex kept engaging in out-of-town tournament favors in exchange for the hopes of more ice time. My ass that some of the parents just being invited to the coach's room for pizza. Oh, is that what happens? The coach invites your wife
I've never
to...
seen that happen.
I think that happened to David Geffen, Doug.
It could have.
Now it's all running lines, buying props at resale shops, constructing sets, and providing canes for 35 teenagers during Tech Week. Even the ones who wouldn't know a mic check from blocking and keep missing their cues because they can't stay off their phones backstage. I guess my point is that Jackie has forced some newfound respect with his manly beard as long as you don't focus on the pronounced gap at the end of his lamb chops. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of disc golf parents, who are the worst because it is the very last hope to do anything athletic at all.
That part could be true. Shooter McGavin.
And finally, I like our club. Also, I've been married 25 years. He's cheating. Doug, that's from Steve in Des Moines, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We will vote, and we will announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Then you got BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. Martin will head to onboarding. This program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Well, here you go. Got a great opportunity as we're about to get underway. And now FanDuel can make it even more exciting this weekend. Plus, you're going to get a play here from one Jackson Burkett. TMA is presented to you by FanDuel, and FanDuel has your back with a special mulligan bet back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all, go for it like someone for a top 5 finish. Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. Jackson, what's your play?
My play, Tim, me and Doug were just talking about this in the break. It seems like the over of 8.5 for the Cardinals-Nationals game today seems
a
like
rare getaway day over recommendation.
Pretty good
Might
play.
have something to do with the starter on the opposing squad.
So that's my play I'm giving out. But then with the 50% profit boost they're giving out at FanDuel, you can add a Nolan Gorman to hit a home run prop and an Alec Burleson to record 2+ bases prop. Gets a plus 1,000. You then boost it. Plus 1,500.
Forget about it.
Yeah, plus 1,500.
Papers. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your special mulligan bet back token. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Still a big hit, getting a lot of airplay.
Yeah, it is. This is Savvy Carpenter?
Inspired? Yeah, inspired by.
Royalty starting to pour in yet?
Yeah.
It's still, let me see what my...
Pre-revenue?
Yeah, it says it's still like waiting approval to go out there for streaming.
Who has to approve it?
Yeah, who does that?
I guess the people at Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music, etc.
Yeah, it's Tim Cook.
Timmy Cook looks at it?
Yeah.
He's got time to do every song.
Sure. And then Spotify's a Swedish company, right? I believe so. So you gotta go through Sweden.
All right. So that could be Alex Steen then has to say.
Oh, yeah. Could be.
Gator69 says, only about 25 minutes, LOL.
With no context.
That's it? That's the entire text?
I don't know. I just sometimes I drop by the YouTube chat and I just like to leave out the context. I don't know what the context is.
MD 2020's comment above explains it a little bit.
Seems like they might be a touch off on the clock. What does that mean? Seems like they might be a touch off on the clock.
People are worried a little bit about where we are if we're going to get off on time.
Clip that off.
Well, sometimes they just put it right in the T.
Talking about commercials, of course.
For sure.
Hell, I don't know.
Well,
we do long segments.
Yeah.
Guys need to take a break. We do short segments. Man, this sucks. Segments are too short. Doug, what we've come to the conclusion of is the following. Can't win. And so once you realize that no matter what you say, it won't be believed, and no matter what game you play, you can't win, you arrive at Nirvana. Euphoria, season 4?
Season 3.
3.
Coming at you live soon. Couple of weeks. Maybe coming out this weekend.
You do live streams of that like you do Missouri in the NCAA tournament?
No, Euphoria is not necessarily the most fun watch. But it is interesting. It premieres on April 12th.
Okay. I don't know how you have time to watch all these shows.
I don't watch.
As a bachelor.
I haven't
Every
watched.
time a show comes up, you say, oh, yeah, I've seen that. These
Not
long
true.
series.
Not true, though. What was the last show I've ever mentioned of seeing? I haven't finished DTF St. Louis. I haven't finished the new season of Shrinking. I've tried starting the dinosaur documentary series. Lost interest.
Doug, have you watched the dinosaur documentary?
No.
They sat down with dinosaurs and got their perspective.
It's really good.
I know. I liked the first episode. I just let it wash over me, and I haven't finished that.
Why don't you watch the dinosaur documentary?
And you know what the reason is? Because I don't have the
If
time.
it's a document where they're just looking at bones, you get archaeologists brushing away
They render
the dirt.
a bunch of VFX.
Jeff Goldblum.
They do render a bunch of VFX. It's actually pretty cool looking.
Didn't the new season of Your Friends and Neighbors just come out
Yeah.
too?
Oh, and you've seen some of
I
that.
haven't
You
even
say finished it, but you've started it.
I haven't even finished the first season of that.
Friend of the show, John Hamm.
So what you said, in
FOTS.
fact, bald-faced lies.
But
Is
it
bold
seems
or
like
bald?
you've either watched or you've started to watch or seen all this stuff.
Yeah, that's part of like my thing. Entertainment. I do a podcast, Movie Boy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, maybe you heard of it.
Yeah.
I have.
Bills
but
have to
you
be
work
paid.
here most of the day.
I know.
I just don't know how you have time to
Time
do it all.
management. Time management. I don't watch television outside of like sports when the sun is out. That's my rule.
When the sun.
That's my rule. When the sun is out, no television.
No TV.
Yep.
Okay.
So it makes it even harder.
All right. I guess I just watch too much sports, so I don't see so much of this stuff.
And that's, I'm not going to judge you on that. You're a sportsman.
Sportsman.
Yeah, there you go.
I like that. I think my 4-year-old is obsessed with baseball, and it just arrived in the last 2 weeks. We took him to his first game, and I find myself in the backyard pitching to him on a regular basis. He can't get enough of it, and then we go inside, and he wants to watch the Cardinal game. And I got to tell you, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. It's helping me also make sure that I'm watching the Cardinal game.
Yeah, it's nice.
And then the game ended, and I flipped on over to see the Blues. And unfortunately, Doug, not able to complete the comeback, even though Jim Montgomery pulled Joel Hofer. What's the problem, Papers?
Yeah, I hate the YouTube chat sometimes.
Oh, no. What happened?
It says, someone says, sun's out, papers hiding inside. The opposite is what I just said. I just said the complete opposite of that. The complete opposite is what I said. And then that's what the text is. What am I supposed to do?
Once again.
Yeah, you're right.
Doug,
No.
if you know you can't win,
Yes.
no matter what, then you arrive at your nirvana.
Yeah.
Jackson's currently in a place.
I wouldn't let these comments get under your skin.
But it's only frustrating when in real time you see what you said completely flipped.
And coming off the T.O. Barrett day, we just didn't need that.
Thank you, Kurt. I appreciate it.
Yeah, now we got the thing where the beard doesn't meet the sideburns.
That was designed.
Further
I don't care about that. I'm comfortable with.
Once you get a guard,
Yeah,
you'll take the one guard and you'll be fine.
Right, I know. I think I still might have the guard pack. It's lost somewhere. You know, you ever get those like leather travel bags when you go on vacation or something, and it's just so much crap thrown in there. You know, travel size deodorants.
I got clippers galore. Jim Montgomery was asked on about the point standings and after the loss last night, the fact that they are all but done. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, we focus on our process. No, we haven't felt that pressure. Tonight was more of a lesson for us from an elite team in the league about how you play in this league night in, night out, to be able to be at this time of the year where you don't have to have the pressure of winning games and you've just established yourself through October, right through the break, where you don't have to go on a, killer run. You're just one of the elite teams that's going to make the playoffs, and you just continue to play like that. And that's a lesson I hope that we learn from tonight.
There you go. Is he saying trust the process?
I guess. I think the lesson is also that they have better players than we do. I don't know if it's a process or they simply have more talented players. Could be both. Probably both. They are really fast, Colorado.
That goal that was, if we're doing just some bookkeeping here, the Colorado goal where he went in between his legs, dipsy doodle, how do you do, was number 1 on SportsCenter's top 10 plays.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, you're really doing a nice job with these SportsCenter top 10 lists.
They usually happen while we're doing hockey interviews, and that allows me to turn my head and
not pay attention. Just say it.
Not pay attention.
So you ignore Jeremy Rutherford.
He's just so, I love JR so much, but yes.
Not what he says.
Well, do you think that would be classified as a shot if I said, JR, I love you so much, I just don't like what you say?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
It's not that I don't like it, it's just,
not polite.
But if I wasn't paying attention to that, I wouldn't have had that little nugget.
And it was a good little nugget, solid nugget.
It is TMA. You can text in 314-399-9646. Jackson just announced he hates the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Sometimes.
Chairman Kurt's in there, and they're both saying, I'm sorry. I don't know what this is. Just a bunch of guys saying, I'm sorry. And then Chairman Kurt said, I'm sorry.
Like Jack Flaherty and Derek Gould.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is that what it is?
Don Hoffman criticized my music, and I said, well, then you don't know music, and that's okay.
It was. Good reference.
Nice. Good reference, indeed. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. Yeah. Doug, we've got statements now from Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini regarding the New York Post story, which is on the front page of the New York Post. For those of you just joining us here on the Morning After 101 ESPN, reading from Mike Florio of NBC Sports Pro Football Talk. The entire NFL is abuzz regarding a new report from page 6 of the New York Post regarding Patriots coach Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, who covers the NFL for The Athletic. Before going any further, I'll say this. Coaches and reporters are entitled to lead their own private lives. Personal business is only the business of the person involved. That's Florio basically saying we don't kink shame, and you have to respect Florio for kind of...
Why didn't he just put it in those words?
We don't kink shame?
Yes.
Here at Pro Football Talk, we don't kink shame.
That's like a disclaimer under the article.
However, both Vrabel and Rossini have given comments to the New York Post, and once that happens, a private matter becomes inherently public. The Post has published photos of Vrabel and Rossini, as explained in the article, quote, holding hands and hugging at a resort in Arizona, other than the resort where last week's NFL annual meeting occurred. The photos speak for themselves, and the relevant parties have said their piece about the images. Quote, these photos show a completely innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable, Vrabel told the Post. This does not deserve any further response. Rossini gave the Post a statement as well. Quote, the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who are hanging out during the day. Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues, end quote. She is right about interactions away from stadiums and other venues, but there's arguably a difference between the interactions depicted in the photos and the usual interactions between reporters and sources. The Athletic, for its part, does not seem to be troubled by the development. Quote, these photos are misleading and lack essential context. Stephen Ginsburg, executive editor of The Athletic, told the New York Post, quote, these were public interactions in front of many people. Diana is a premier journalist covering the NFL, and we're proud to have her at The Athletic, end quote. The Patriots had no comment on the situation. Again, it's inherently a private issue, but both have become public figures and both have provided comments on the situation. The photos ultimately are what they are. Whether they are innocent or not, or whether many people were present, will be in the eye of the beholder, and reasonable minds may differ on what the images depict. Whether anything comes from it remains to be seen. Doug, there's Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk. It sounds like he's dubious. That's my read on the way Florio wrote that.
Oh. Well, we don't know, but people hug all the time now.
Hugging, yeah. Holding hands. Yeah. I mean, we hold hands, but that's just something that we've been doing.
That's just a sign of unity.
Right.
Mm-hmm. The foot play, that's something different.
Yeah, hot foot play.
Yeah. That's just keeping your muscles stretched out.
But people do hug all the time now. It used to be everyone just kind of politely shook hands. But now everybody seems to hug when they see somebody. So it could have been that.
Now, what about the holding hands?
Well,
in the pool.
Yeah. I see she's married to a guy who's like a vice president at Shake Shack.
Ooh, crinkle cuts.
Yeah, if you're married and have that kind of connection to possibly free hamburgers, you don't blow that.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Boy, isn't that the dream? Marrying the heiress of a cheeseburger fortune.
Well, I put that off. That sentence has probably never been uttered before. But if you marry the heiress of anybody, you could probably get as many cheeseburgers as you'd like.
Yeah, but something about it coming straight from the source.
Mm-hmm. And getting them free.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Like having the Shake Shack in your living room or something?
Ooh. Oh, you'd weigh 500 pounds.
Doesn't Devontae Adams have like a Taco Bell in his living room?
There was that, yeah, I think that commercial they were doing.
Holding hands? That's from TJ, I'm sorry. I don't know what that means.
People don't give Tim enough credit, but for him to read it in that kind of...
But the picture
right.
where they're
People
holding
don't give me
hands.
enough credit. That should be the general thought. Thank you, Chairman.
They're not holding hands like two people in love would hold hands. They both kind of reached out to shake hands with both.
Yes.
Both of their hands are involved. And
right. Which Doug and I do every morning.
You can make anything out of it if you want.
Doug. These people have become lemmings.
Does the fact that this resort kind of markets itself as a romantic getaway, does that change? Like if it was at the La Quinta off of Dorset, does that change anything?
That's a good question.
I don't know. Weren't they there for some NFL meeting? Or
No.
something? They weren't.
No.
They just happened to be at the same place at the same
I
time.
believe the
That's
report
correct.
says that he made like a 120-mile drive from where he was at NFL meetings to meet there.
Oh. I don't know. I wouldn't judge it.
Why does it got to be an heiress, Doug? Kink shame much? That's from Merp the Barbarian.
But, well, that's what...
That's what I said. I said my dream is to marry the heiress of a cheeseburger fortune.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever that might be.
They don't grow on trees either.
I know.
There's only so many of them.
Right. Like Wendy Wendy Thomas. That would have been like,
Yeah. McDonald's, I'm sure.
Yeah, like
Ray Kroc probably had a daughter somewhere
Probably.
along the line.
Yeah.
Burger King,
Right, which I thought was a British company.
Miami-based.
Yeah. Silly me.
Jackson.
Yes.
Ignore the haters. Evidently, some people on the text line have no empathy for radio producers who are just born unlikable.
Damn.
Oh.
Damn, that was meaner than anyone else has said.
Oh,
God, talk about backhanded compliment.
would you like me to suspend him?
I feel like it's needed.
314.
It was just simply the
The
314.
entire area code is gone.
Your language just got you suspended a period of 2 days' time, and your name is going into the appliance discounter suspension logule. I'm also going to hit you with a 20% tariff for the way you used your words. Okay, let me just do the paperwork real quick. This needs to get submitted.
Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville says, wow, why?
Why what?
Again,
Why what?
I get it if it's in the YouTube chat, because that's like you might be having a conversation with somebody, but if you say something like that in the text line, it just seems silly. What do I know?
Jackson, DTF St. Louis, bad. That's TMA Remote Lamp in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I'm through the first 2 episodes and I like it. And I used to be critical of Bateman, but I've really turned on Bateman. I'm really in.
And that's because of his work in the Hogan family.
I was like going back. I was like, I like a lot of the stuff he's in. Why do I feel like I don't like him? And I re-examined it, and I said, you know what? I think I like Jason.
How about
Bateman.
that?
And I watched that the documentary
Still
series.
watching more and more
about
series.
yeah. All right, you're like kind of trying to shame me. With the Smartless podcast, their behind the scenes stuff, and I really liked it. I don't listen to the podcast. but
I like that show about their behind the scenes, but I don't like their podcast.
That's where I'm at. Yeah. Although I would listen to Will Ferrell on there.
YouTube chat's filled with mouth-breathing window lickers. Yeah, I said it. Incels. That's from the South Side.
Window lickers? Why would a gentleman lick a window?
You ever do the thing where you breathe on the window and then like make a little
on a mirror or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what they're talking about.
Maybe, I don't know.
But that's not licking the window proper.
No. They licked the walls in Willy Wonka.
Oh, did
they? No.
Yeah. Snozberries taste like snozberries.
Wonderful. Is that Veruca Salt?
Yeah, I believe so. She was the one who was rich, and I want a Loompa Loompa Daddy, and I want one now.
That's right. Yeah. Violet
Beauregard. She was she became turned into a blueberry, Doug.
Okay. I didn't see that either.
You Gene Wilder?
Well, I know who that actor is.
But you never saw Willy Wonka and the Chocolate
That
Factory?
didn't really appeal to me, no.
Would that be? Yeah, okay.
DTF's terrible, but the same guy thought Civil War was a good movie. Tim, sell all stock in good or bad quickly. That's from Beer Cats.
I never revisited Civil War, and I really have no interest in doing it again.
And that's the Ken Burns 10-part documentary?
It was horrible.
It's with Kirsten Dunst.
It was terrible.
Alex Garland.
It was just an excuse for violence is all that movie was.
In theory, a lot of stuff is just an excuse for violence.
It could be, but
that's a good movie title, Excuse for Violence.
Yeah. I thought the movie was really awful. Where are you from? Missouri. Not good enough. Bang. Shot him in the head.
No.
Come on. Just stupid.
But that's Jesse Plemons, and I love Jesse Plemons.
Okay.
Remember Friday Night Lights?
I saw a little of it.
Yeah,
not much.
and Michael B. Jordan.
DTF St. Louis is bad. I'd rather watch a Taylor Sheridan acted narcissism Western period piece. That's a Carlos Spicy Waiter. I'm glad that I'm in the penultimate episode. That's what I'll tell you.
Of DTF?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not so. My wife and I watch it, and it's like we're getting through it. But when I get to go to your friends and neighbors, oh, Doug, watch this. I'm warming my little hands.
Yeah, I
Look at
see
these
that.
tiny little pincers.
Yeah.
Warming
Just
my
little
hands
nubbins.
up. Oh, God. DTF, St. Louis. It's so dark.
Yeah, it's really dark. Which I didn't think that was going to be the case.
Yeah.
I'm also not the world's biggest David Harbour guy.
Who would be the world's biggest David Harbour guy?
I mean, a lot of people are into
Millie
Stranger
Bobby
Things.
Brown.
He's probably into him.
Okay. Whew.
Jesse Plemons is married to Kristen Dunst.
Kirsten, and yes. Correct. They are married. And what a power couple.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Amazon position is disturbing. Not kink shaming, but it is disturbing. That's from Stephen Wildwood.
Okay. I don't think I'll look that up in my work machine. Independent research on that one.
David Geffen could lose up to $4.5 billion in this nasty divorce
4.5
from his boy toy.
That dude's gonna make $4.5 billion.
Well, he's worth over $9 billion.
Well,
and
how
he-
much
he
for
had
marital
he had no
assets?
prenup.
$4.5 billion.
Well, possibly there's no prenup.
I don't think he made all $9 billion in the last 3 years since their wonderful marriage in Beverly Hills with the boy toy.
Okay.
So I think he might just have exposure on maybe half a bill or a bill.
Okay, I was gonna
so
say
the boy toy might wind up with $250 million.
That might make me edit my dreams of marrying a cheeseburger heiress.
Now you're up for the boy toy.
What do you mean? You'd
For
be
$4.5 billion?
You'd be a boy toy for
$4.5 billion?
Yes.
Yes.
You would?
You're crazy if you say the otherwise.
I would say otherwise.
You are crazy.
I would absolutely jump up and down and say otherwise.
Yeah, that's selfish to your family.
Well, you wouldn't have a family.
$4.5 billion? You know how much money that is?
Yeah. You know how painful it's going to be the boy toy?
Whatever. I could be just fine. You sing courtside a Laker game.
I don't care about that.
4.5 B? Yeah.
You got a number, Doug?
A phone number?
No, a price.
If he's not doing it for $4.5 billion, he's not doing it for anything.
No, there's no number. To be some old guy's boy toy? There's no number.
What if I was a younger guy?
100%, dude.
We'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here. Then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN.
For over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, yes. Banking through Stifel Bank? Yep. You own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why they're partnering with TMA. It just makes sense. Stifel has raised more than $4.2 million with the Stifel Charity Classic Tournament since 2020, all going to charity. Where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today. Back in action tomorrow when they take on the Winnipeg Jets. Pre-game at 6. Puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today winner coming up momentarily. BK and Ferrario coming up after that. If you want real answers and same-day pain relief, recommend our 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on the Morning After. That's Healthcare Evolution. Doug's been out there, Jackson's been out there, I've been out there, and I recommend what they bring to the table. They have a novel concept. When you have a medical issue, get real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution. No waiting for appointments, no waiting on answers, no insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief if you have an injury right there on the spot. Get rid of those nagging injuries. Let them know you're a TMA listener. You get 10% discount at healthcare-evolution.com. Visit them at healthcare-evolution.com and see firsthand the same benefits I've received by visiting healthcare-evolution.com. Jackson, who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
First name Buck, last name Swope.
Wow,
he's back. He's back.
I thought Bro Fallon was good. But Buck Swope, he's always good, and he wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, in the parking lot, VIP Auto Accessories is waiting with my whip, and you know what my whip got yesterday? Tinted.
Oh, did it really?
Tinted.
Well, that's cool. Now everyone will want to be tinted.
Tinted. Thank you to Tommy Cebulka and Brian Gregg at VIP Auto Accessories. Check them out at VIPAutoAccessories.com. In business in St. Louis since 1979, a one-stop shop. In some instances, people bring their cars to 4 or 5 different places when everything can be done in-house at VIP Auto Accessories. VIP Auto Accessories takes care of commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair, and touch-up aftermarket. It's all there. VIPAutoAccessories.com for commercial fleet upfits and wraps to tint, lift kits, ceramic coating, hail repair, and more. If it can be done to a vehicle, VIP Auto Accessories can probably do it. Skip the 4-shop tour. Go to VIPAutoAccessories.com. BK and Ferrario are up next for Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.